On Tuesday, September 11th, 2001, I was working the overnight shift at the Home Depot in Bend, Oregon. I left at 7 a.m. Pacific Time, 10 a.m. Atlantic Time, and instead of going straight home, I went to my church because I knew my pastor was there, and I had been wanting to discuss with him possibly scheduling a guest speaker I had seen in San Diego on my vacation the prior month. At the time, none of us in the building even had a clue what was going on yet, and I had left and got home roughly at 8 a.m. Instead of going to bed as usual after working the night shift, I decided to turn on the tube, and that is when I began to see all that transpired. I immediately remembered a dream from the past Saturday, 3 days before, in which I saw a very similar thing, except for some reason I was in a Saudi Arabian 5-star hotel, and I turned on the TV and immediately saw the worst things happening in the United States since Pearl Harbor on an English news channel in that Saudi Arabian hotel. As I was now watching the news after arriving home and recalling my dream from 3 days prior, a biblical verse came to mind which is appropriate then and appropriate now, 20 years after 9/11/01. It's found in 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 8 and 9. We are troubled on every side, yet not distressed. We are perplexed, but not in despair. Persecuted, but not forsaken. Cast down, but not destroyed. Then I called my mom and spoke and prayed with her for about an hour. Sometime later, I was going through my things and discovered I had saved a ticket stub from 1993 when I had visited New York, and a friend and I had gone into one of the World Trade Center buildings to the top, which actually required a ticket. Only one of the two towers offered a tour from the top, but I don't recall which one. But everything about that day is a real mystery to me. I'm Michael Tobin, and you're listening to the Lookout Guy podcast, and I'm your Lookout Guy. Thank you for joining me, and coming up is a reflection on the presidential election of 2016, beginning in October 21st until the day after Donald Trump won the 2016 presidential elections. It serves not just as a reflection, but sort of a distraction from all that is going on in this world and in our country. And it also goes hand in hand with this day, September 11th, 2021. 20 years after the 9/11 World Trade Center attacks and the Pennsylvania field and the Pentagon. And I'm sure you will really appreciate it. And I want to offer the MP3 of this, which is only exclusive to my Anchor.fm account. Normally, I'll have it on my Spreaker, but I'm only limited to 3 hours, and it's about 3.5 hours. So it's parts 1 through 5 of the Scorn series, which reflects on the scorn, the horrible scorn, which began very earnestly back in 2016 as a result of Donald Trump's bid for President of the United States. The scorn that we've seen ever since then, and now it's just amazing. But in this series, I give hope and how us believers in Jesus as our Lord and Savior can continue and not be distressed or perplexed like 2 Corinthians I just read. Chapter 4, verse 8 and 9, we are troubled on every side, yet not distressed. We are perplexed, but not in despair, persecuted, but not forsaken, cast down, but not destroyed. I want to offer you the MP3 file if you'll just, if you can help me support my podcasting. I desire to go full-time podcasting and full-time disaster response, as I'm a chaplain with the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association, and I've responded to natural disasters in the years past. But instead of working a 9-to-5, a quote 9 to 5, I would like to be full-time ministering at disaster responses, mainly what just happened in our Gulf Coast in Louisiana. I believe it's the 16th anniversary. It happened to the day of Hurricane Katrina. So that's the worst thing going on, as well as the California fires. I'm here in California, and I would love to be able to go up to Northern California and respond there as a chaplain as well. But there's many places that I could be, boots on the ground. So if you could help me, you can help at my PayPal account, which is paypal.me/Michael DT. That's paypal.me/Michael DT. So thank you again for joining me on The Lookout Guy. I'm Michael Tobin, host of the Lookout Guy podcast. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Michael Tobin Show. This is a promo. Nehemiah chapter 2, verse 17 says, "Then said I unto them, You see the distress that we are in, how Jerusalem lieth waste, and the gates thereof are burned with fire. Come, and let us build up the wall of Jerusalem, that we be no more a reproach. Then I told them of the hand of my God, which was good upon me, as also the king's words that he had spoken unto me. And they said, Let us rise up and build. So they strengthened their hands for this good work. But then Sanballat the Horonite, and Tobiah the servant, the Ammonite, and Geshem the Arabian heard it. They laughed us to scorn, and despised us, and said, What is this thing that you do? Will you rebel against the king? Then answered I to them, and said unto them, The God of heaven, he will prosper us. Therefore we his servants will arise and build, but ye have no portion, nor right, nor memorial in Jerusalem." What happened when the Jews actually began and were making progress with the wall they were building? What were the Jews' reactions to Sanballat and his aides lampooning the Jews to ridicule and scorn as they were building the wall? The history of Nehemiah's outrageous notions, how our masters weaken our hands to God's ways, and how in reality we are the masters here in the United States, and our rulers are our servants. Are we Christians currently enduring the same scorn today as the Jews were in the days of Nehemiah and King Sennacherib? And what are we going to do about it? Find out at this link. Jesus, everybody. Hey, thank you for joining me on the Michael Tobin Show. This is October 21st, and it is a Friday. And I hope you all are being blessed today. Hey, you know that I'm a missionary evangelist, and I am a chaplain with the Billy Graham Rapid Response Team, first responder, and I've actually responded after hurricanes and fires, 2 fires from 2003 and 2007 here in my hometown of San Diego County, California, and a few hurricanes, Hurricane Katrina, Hurricane Rita, and after several other hurricanes in 2003 also. So Florida, Texas, and Louisiana are the 3 southern states that I actually responded to, just bringing hope in the gospel and to people who are hurting and have lost everything. And I've got stories about that, and it really is true. People in disasters really do want somebody that they can speak to and pray with, and just somebody that they can talk to. And it is such a blessing to be able to do that. And that is the point of my broadcast. I'm actually a former news director, radio disc jockey, and a production manager at an AM Christian radio station in Ashland, Virginia. For 5 years of that, it was like one of the greatest things that one of the greatest experiences that I've had. But I want to get into today's show. Is anybody feeling some of that debate or voting, presidential campaign stress and something, whatever they're calling it? I'll be honest with you, with me, sometimes it comes and goes, but I'm able to keep it under control, because all in all, as Christians, we know that our hope is in the Lord. We look towards the hills from whence cometh our help, and we know what our lives are meant to be, and it is to be a light and to bring hope and to share the good news of Jesus Christ. But being this is debate season, and it has been for longer than any time that I could remember in my lifetime. It's been over a year already that the campaigns and debates have been going on. It just seems like it's lasting forever, and frankly, I think we're all doing pretty well considering. So this show here is meant to bring some lightheartedness, because this show is called Hillary Rodham Clinton and Donald J. Trump. Full remarks at the Al Smith dinner. Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump came together in New York City to roast each other at the Al Smith charity dinner last night. And this event took place just one day after the 2 candidates participated in their final presidential debate. The Al Smith dinner is an annual white tie fundraiser for Catholic charities supporting underprivileged children. And I hope C-SPAN doesn't mind me using their stuff, but I did plug them in, like I just did. I said C-SPAN, and I'm one of the rare broadcasters who actually believes it's okay to give credit where credit is due anyways. But you all may know already that Donald Trump was a real riot last night, and Hillary Clinton pulled no punches either. I won't go into any diatribe. You can listen to my previous shows and future shows for that. The coin toss had Donald Trump go first last night, but on my show, it's ladies first. Here you go. And this actually concludes my Hillary Trump debate compilation, and with this roast as the cherry on top for history and future reference. And as a bonus for all my listeners, I will actually include the whole event unedited after you are able to hear just Hillary and just Trump first, because the moderator and other distinguished guests and Al Smith all had some very riveting things to say last night. So God bless America.
Thank you. Your Eminence, Your Excellencies, members of the clergy, Alan Nance Smith, Donald and Melania, and all the distinguished guests. Earlier tonight, Al reminded me that when the first Al Smith ran for president, he chose as his running mate the progressive senator from Arkansas, Joseph T. Robinson, who was one of my husband's political heroes. This work that you do through the dinner, Al, you've done it now for 30 years, is such a labor of love. You've been a hero for both the children of the Archdiocese and for the city of New York. And I think we all owe Al Smith a great, great round of applause. This is such a special event that I took a break from my rigorous nap schedule to be here. And as you've already heard, it's a treat for all of you.
The C-SPAN network.
Because usually I charge a lot for speeches like this. But for me, it was kind of ironic thinking about a fiery populist, Al Smith. If he were here today and saw how much money we've raised for needy children, he'd be very proud. And if he saw this magnificent room full of plutocrats celebrating his legacy, he'd be very confused. It's a special honor to be here with Your Eminence. Now, I know, Your Eminence, you were criticized for inviting both Donald and me here tonight. And you responded by saying, if I only sat down with those who were saints, I'd be taking all my meals alone. Now, just to be clear, I think the Cardinal is saying I'm not eligible for sainthood. But getting through these 3 debates with Donald has to count as a miracle. So I guess I'm up against the highest, hardest stained glass ceiling. But Your Eminence, you do deserve great credit for bringing together 2 people who've been at each other's throats. Mortal enemies, bitter foes. I've got to ask, how did you get the governor and mayor here together tonight? Now, I've got to say, there are a lot of friendly faces here in this room, people that I've been privileged to know and to work with. I just want to put you all in a basket of adorables. And you look so good in your tuxes, or as I refer to them, formal pantsuits. And, because this is a friendly dinner for such a great cause, Donald, if at any time you don't like what I'm saying, feel free to stand up and shout wrong while I'm talking. Come to think of it, it's amazing I'm up here after Donald. I didn't think he'd be okay with a peaceful transition of power. And Donald, after listening to your speech, I will also enjoy listening to Mike Pence deny that you ever gave it. I've had the privilege of being at the Al Smith dinners in years past, and I always enjoy it. But remember, if you're not happy with the way it comes out, it must be rigged. And it's always a special treat for me to be back in New York, a city that I love and which I think truly embodies the best of America. Don't you think? People look at the Statue of Liberty and they see a proud symbol of our history as a nation of immigrants, a beacon of hope for people around the world. Donald looks at the Statue of Liberty and sees a 4. Maybe a 5 if she loses the torch and tablet and changes her hair. You know, come to think of it, you know what would be a good number for a woman? 45. But I digress. Now, I'm going to try my best tonight. But I understand I am not known for my sense of humor. That's why it did take a village to write these jokes. People say, and I hear them, I know, they say, I'm boring compared to Donald. But I'm not boring at all. In fact, I'm the life of every party I attend, and I've been to 3. And when the parties get out of hand, as occasionally they do, it's important to have a responsible chaperone who can get everyone home safely. And that is why I picked Tim Kaine to be my vice president. Now, you notice there is no teleprompter here tonight, which is probably smart because maybe you saw Donald dismantle his prompter the other day. And I get that. They're hard to keep up with, and I'm sure it's even harder when you're translating from the original Russian. But every year, this dinner brings together a collection of sensible, committed, mainstream Republicans, or as we now like to call them, Hillary supporters. Now, some of my critics, and I hear that too, they think I only say what people want to hear. Well, tonight that is true. And here's exactly what you want to hear. This election will be over very, very soon. And look at this dais. We got Charlie Rose and Maria Bartiromo and Chris Matthews and Gayle King and Norah O'Donnell and Katie Couric. This counts as a press conference, right? It is great also to see Mayor Bloomberg here. It's a shame he's not speaking tonight. I'm curious to hear what a billionaire has to say. And look else at the dais. We've got the Honorable Chuck Schumer, the Honorable Andrew Cuomo, the Honorable Mike Bloomberg, the Honorable Bill de Blasio, the Honorable David Dinkins, and so many other wonderful elected officials. And we have Rudy Giuliani. Now, many don't know this, but Rudy actually got his start as a prosecutor, going after wealthy New Yorkers who avoided paying taxes. But as the saying goes, if you can't beat him, go on Fox News and call him a genius. So as I've said, we've now had our third and thankfully final debate. Sharing a stage with Donald Trump is like, well, nothing really comes to mind. There is nothing like sharing a stage with Donald Trump. Donald wanted me drug tested before last night's debate. And look, I got to tell you, I am so flattered that Donald thought I used some sort of performance enhancer. Now, actually, I did. It's called preparation. And looking back, I've had to listen to Donald for 3 full debates, and he says I don't have any stamina. That is 4.5 hours. I have now stood next to Donald Trump longer than any of his campaign managers. Now, look, I have deep respect for people like Kellyanne Conway. She's working day and night for Donald, and because she's a contractor, he's probably not even going to pay her. But I think the good news is that the debates finally allowed Republicans to unite around their candidate. The bad news is it's Mike Pence. And it's been a long, long campaign. That should be one of our highest priorities, shortening the campaigns. And whoever wins this election, the outcome will be historic. We'll either have the first female president or the first president who started a Twitter war with Cher. And if Donald does win, it'll be awkward at the annual President's Day photo when all the former presidents gather at the White House, and not just with Bill. How is Barack going to get past the Muslim ban? Now, Republicans in particular seem frustrated with their nominee. Paul Ryan told the Republican members of the House, you don't have to support the top of the ticket. Don't worry about anyone besides yourself. Just do what's in your own best interests. So I guess Donald really has unified his party around his core philosophy. And I don't understand their unhappiness. They say Donald doesn't have any policies. He has no policies. I keep hearing that. I'd actually like to defend him on this. Donald has issues, serious issues, really, really serious issues. And I worry about Donald's go-it-alone attitude. For example, at his convention when he said, "I alone can fix it." You know, in the 90s, I said the same thing about America's health care system, and it didn't work out so well for me either. But speaking of health, Donald has been very concerned about mine. Very concerned. He actually sent a car to bring me here tonight. Actually, it was a hearse. But I kind of want to just put the information out there so everybody can draw their own conclusions and you can judge our relative health. We've each released our medical records. My blood pressure is 100/70. His is unbelievably great. My cholesterol is 189. His is presidential. My heart rate is 72 beats per minute. His is the most beats ever, or the least beats ever, whichever sounds best. But Donald really is as healthy as a horse. You know, the one Vladimir Putin rides around on. But I can say without fear of contradiction tonight that I will be the healthiest and youngest woman ever to serve as president. But this has really been a strange campaign. You saw it last night. You saw it again tonight. Donald has attacked me for a life in public service, and I didn't get that at first. I kind of get it now. As he told Howard Stern, he doesn't like it when women have been around for more than 35 years. But Donald, we have so much more in common than actually you may realize. For example, I've tried to inspire young people by showing them that with resilience and hard work, anything is possible, and you're doing the same. A third-grade teacher told me that one of her students refused to turn in his homework because it was under audit. And here's another similarity. The Republican National Committee isn't spending a dime to help either one of us. So tonight, let's embrace the spirit of the evening. Let's come together, remember what unites us, and just rip on Ted Cruz. I hope you enjoyed my remarks tonight. I said no to some jokes that I thought were over the line. But I suppose you can judge for yourself on WikiLeaks in the next few days. Donald will tell us after the benediction whether he accepts that this dinner is over. He has to wait and see. But there's nothing funny about the stakes in this election. In the end, what makes this dinner important are not the jokes we tell, but the legacy that we carry forward. It is often easy to forget how far this country has come. And there are a lot of people in this room tonight who themselves, or their parents or grandparents, came here as immigrants, made a life for yourselves, took advantage of the American dream and the greatest system that has ever been created in the history of the world to unleash the individual talents, energy, and ambition of everyone willing to work hard. And when I think about what Al Smith went through, it's important to just reflect how groundbreaking it was for him, a Catholic, to be my party's nominee for president. Don't forget, school boards sent home letters with children saying that if Al Smith is elected president, you will not be allowed to have or read a Bible. Voters were told that he would annul Protestant marriages. And I saw a story recently that said people even claimed the Holland Tunnel was a secret passageway to connect Rome and America to help the Pope rule our country. Those appeals to fear and division, can cause us to treat each other as the other. Rhetoric like that makes it harder for us to see each other, to respect each other, to listen to each other, and certainly a lot harder to love our neighbor as ourselves. I believe how we treat others is the highest expression of faith and of service. Now, I'm not Catholic, I'm a Methodist, but one of the things that we share is the belief that in order to achieve salvation, we need both faith and good works. And you certainly don't need to be Catholic to be inspired by the humility and heart of the Holy Father, Pope Francis, or to embrace his message. His message about rejecting a mindset of hostility, his calls to reduce inequality, his warnings about climate change, his appeal that we build bridges, not walls. Now, as you may know, my running mate, Tim, is Catholic and went to Jesuit schools, and one of the things he and I have talked about is this idea from the Jesuits of the Magus, the more, the better. Well, we need to get better at finding ways to disagree on matters of policy while agreeing on questions of decency and civility. How we talk to each other, treat each other, respect each other. So I've taken this concept of Magus to heart in this campaign as best as one can in the daily heat, the back and forth of a presidential campaign, to ask how we can do more for each other and better for each other. Because I believe that for each of us, our greatest monument on this earth won't be what we build, but the lives we touch. And that is ultimately what this dinner is all about. And it's why it's been such a great honor to join you all again. Thank you.
So that's Hillary Clinton at last night's Al Smith dinner. And now we're going to go right into Donald Trump, his full speech.
The C-SPAN networks bring you long-form public affairs programming from the nation's capital and are a public service of your television provider. C-SPAN, created by cable.
Thank you, Al. Wow. That was good. This is a hell of a dinner. Well, I want to thank Your Eminence. This is really great to be with you again. We love it. Governor Cuomo.
And folks, bear in mind that I played Hillary first because on my show it's Hillary first. Bear in mind that at last night's dinner, Donald Trump came up first because of the coin toss. The coin toss determines who goes first, so he had no idea of anything that Hillary Clinton was saying. And this is a real... I just don't know. I just don't have any words to explain what his speech, his roast was like. So just go ahead and enjoy it or hate it for yourself. Sorry to interrupt. Here's Donald Trump.
senators. Hi, Chuck. He used to love me when I was a Democrat, you know. Mayor de Blasio, wherever you are. Where's Mayor de Blasio? Huh? Hello, Mayor. Come on. See, in the old days, I would have known him very well, but I haven't been doing so much of the real estate anymore. And I want to thank Al and Nan Smith. Just a fantastic job you do with the dinner, and congratulations on a record. Over $6 million, right? Is their record. And a special hello to all of you in this room who have known and loved me for many, many years. It's true. The politicians. They've had me to their homes. They've introduced me to their children. I've become their best friends in many instances. They've asked for my endorsement, and they always wanted my money. And even called me really a dear, dear friend. But then, suddenly, decided when I ran for president as a Republican that I've always been a no-good, rotten, disgusting scoundrel. And they totally forgot about me. But that's okay. You know, they say when you do this kind of an event, you always start out with a self-deprecating joke. Some people think this would be tough for me, but the truth is, I'm actually a modest person, very modest. It's true. In fact, many people tell me that modesty is perhaps my best quality. Even better than my temperament. You know, Cardinal Dolan and I have some things in common. For instance, we both run impressive properties on Fifth Avenue. Of course, his is much more impressive than mine. That's because I built mine with my own beautifully formed hands. While his was built with the hands of God, and nobody can compete with God. Is that correct? Nobody, right? That's right. No contest. It's great to be here with 1,000 wonderful people, or as I call it, a small, intimate dinner with some friends. Or as Hillary calls it, her largest crowd of the season. This stuff. This is corny stuff. I do recognize that I come into this event with a little bit of an advantage. I know that so many of you in the Archdiocese already have a place in your heart for a guy who started out as a carpenter working for his father. I was a carpenter working for my father. True. Not for a long period of time, but I was for about 3 weeks. What's great about the Al Smith dinner is that even in the rough and tumble world of a really, really hard-fought campaign. In fact, I don't know if you know Hillary, but last night they said that was the most vicious debate in the history of politics, presidential debate, the most vicious. And I don't know, are we supposed to be proud of that, or are we supposed to be unhappy? But they did say that, and I'm trying to think back to Lincoln. I don't think they can really compete with that. But the candidates have some lighthearted moments together, which is true. I have no doubt that Hillary is going to laugh quite a bit tonight, sometimes even at an appropriate moment. And even tonight, with all of the heated back and forth between my opponent and me at the debate last night, we have proven that we can actually be civil to each other. In fact, just before taking the dais, Hillary accidentally bumped into me, and she very civilly said, "Pardon me." And I very politely replied, "Let me talk to you about that after I get into office." Just kidding, just kidding. And Hillary was very gracious. She said if somehow she gets elected, she wants me to be, without question, either her ambassador to Iraq or to Afghanistan. It's my choice. But one of the things I noticed tonight, and I've known Hillary for a long time, is this is the first time ever, that Hillary is sitting down and speaking to major corporate leaders and not getting paid for it. It's true. It's true. It's true. You know, last night I called Hillary a nasty woman. But this stuff is all relative. After listening to Hillary rattle on and on and on, I don't think so badly of Rosie O'Donnell anymore. In fact, I'm actually starting to like Rosie a lot. These events give not only the candidates a chance to be with each other in a very social setting, it also allows the candidates the opportunity to meet the other candidates' team. Good team. I know Hillary met my campaign manager, and I got the chance to meet the people who are working so hard to get her elected. There they are. The heads of NBC, CNN, CBS, ABC. There's the New York Times right over there, and the Washington Post. They're working overtime. True. True. Oh, this one's going to get me in trouble. Not with Hillary. You know, the president told me to stop whining. But I really have to say, the media is even more biased this year than ever before. Ever. You want the proof? Michelle Obama gives a speech, and everyone loves it. It's fantastic. They think she's absolutely great. My wife, Melania, gives the exact same speech. And people get on her case. And I don't get it. I don't know why. And it wasn't her fault. Stand up, Melania. Come on. She took a lot of abuse. Oh, I'm in trouble when I go home tonight. She didn't know about that one. Am I okay? Is it okay? Cardinal, please speak to her. I'd like to address an important religious matter, the issue of going to confession, or as Hillary calls it, the 4th of July weekend with FBI Director Comey. Now, I'm told Hillary went to confession before tonight's event. But the priest was having a hard time when he asked her about her sins, and she said she couldn't remember 39 times. Hillary is so corrupt. She got kicked off the Watergate Commission. How corrupt do you have to be to get kicked off the Watergate Commission? Pretty corrupt. Hillary is and has been in politics since the 70s. What's her pitch? The economy is busted. The government's corrupt. Washington is failing. Vote for me. I've been working on these problems for 30 years. I can fix it, she says. I wasn't really sure if Hillary was going to be here tonight because I guess you didn't send her invitation by email. Or maybe you did and she just found out about it through the wonder of WikiLeaks. We've learned so much from WikiLeaks. For example, Hillary believes that it's vital to deceive the people by having one public policy and a totally different policy in private. That's okay. I don't know who they're angry at, Hillary. You're right. For example, here she is tonight in public pretending not to hate Catholics. Now, if some of you haven't noticed, Hillary isn't laughing as much as the rest of us. That's because she knows the jokes. And all of the jokes were given to her in advance of the dinner by Donna Brazil, which is, everyone knows, of course, Hillary's belief that it takes a village, which only makes sense, after all, in places like Haiti, where she's taken a number of them. Thank you. I don't know, and I don't want this evening without saying something nice about my opponent. Hillary has been in Washington a long time. She knows a lot about how government works. And according to her sworn testimony, Hillary has forgotten more things than most of us will ever know. That I can tell you. We're having some fun here tonight, and that's good. On a personal note, what an amazing honor it is to be with all of you. And I want to congratulate Hillary on getting the nomination, and we're in there fighting, and over the next 19 days, somebody's going to be chosen. We'll see what happens. But I have great memories of coming to this dinner with my father over the years when I was a young man. Great experience for me. This was always a special experience for him and me to be together. One thing we can all agree on is the need to support the great work that comes out of the dinner. Millions of dollars have been raised to support disadvantaged children, and I applaud the many people who have worked to make this wonderful event a critical lifeline for children in need. And that we together broke the all-time record tonight is really something special. More than 6 million net. The Cardinal told me that's net, Donald, remember. We can also agree on the need to stand up to anti-Catholic bias, to defend religious liberty, and to create a culture that celebrates life. America is in many ways divided. Thank you. America is in many ways divided like it's never been before. And the great religious leaders here tonight give us all an example that we can follow. We're living in a time and age that we never thought possible before. The vicious barbarism we'd read about in history books, but never thought we'd see it in our so-called modern-day world. Who would have thought we would be witnessing what we're witnessing today? We've got to be very strong very, very smart, and we've got to come together, not only as a nation, but as a world community. Thank you very much. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So there you have it. That was Donald Trump, and he actually went up first. But on my show, the Michael Tobin Show, you heard Hillary Clinton's remarks first. And as I said earlier in the broadcast, thank you for joining me on the Michael Tobin Show. If you're just joining us, I mentioned that Al Smith and other distinguished guests also had some riveting things. So as a bonus to this show, I am going to play in its entirety, available on C-SPAN, in its entirety, the whole event, because the distinguished guests as well as Al Smith, they all also had some kind of riveting things and humorous things to say. So here we go with the complete broadcast before ending this broadcast of the Michael Tobin Show. Thank you for joining me, and God bless you. And feel free to check out some of my previous broadcasts, and also save my link so you can check out my future broadcasts as well.
Journal, live beginning at 7 Eastern this morning.
Every 4 years, the presidential candidates turn from politics to humor at the Al Smith Memorial Foundation dinner to raise money for Catholic charities at New York's Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City. Yesterday, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump spoke the day after their third and final debate.
I'm going to go ahead and fast forward this to the opening statements by Al Smith.
Ladies and gentlemen, your kind attention, please. Please welcome back to the podium, Alfred E. Smith IV.
I'm back. A couple of shout-outs. I want to thank Ann McGilvray, who really has made this dinner possible. Ann, great job. And a shout-out to Jim Blauvelt. This is his last Al Smith dinner. We've worked at 30 together. He's been here 37 years. And he keeps the trains on time. Jim, thank you. Before we go on, I'd like to recognize several dignitaries in the room. Governor Cuomo is here tonight. At last night's debate, gave an idea. He told Bill Monroe that he wants the staff to start calling him a tough hombre. Mayor de Blasio's here tonight. Mr. Mayor, we'd like to apologize. We could not grant you your request to sit to the left of everybody. He got here on time. Chuck Schumer is here. You may not know this, but Chuck is running for his fourth term. Chuck has a favor to ask. Can someone tell him who his opponent is? Senator Gillibrand is also here. Senator It must be nice to see two New Yorkers vying for the highest office in the land. It just goes to show you that if you were born into immense wealth or your husband was president, you can accomplish anything. Rudy Giuliani is here. Mr. Mayor, don't worry. We aim the lights just right to make sure you'll be in Donald Trump's shadow all night. Governor Christie was supposed to be here, but he got stuck in bridge traffic. It's always nice to be here with my friend, Cardinal Dolan. In this difficult time for our nation, we should think about the deep questions of faith. Cardinal Dolan asks us all things like, how can one fully understand the Holy Spirit? What does salvation really mean? And are you going to finish that? I mean this sincerely. Everyone in attendance is doing their part and supporting our charitable efforts. And it couldn't be done without you, or without the amazing support of the many devoted Catholics on stage. You know, Catholics like Henry Kissinger, Howard Rubenstein, Mort Zuckerman. Before we turn this over to our speakers, I want to address the elephant in the room. I was talking to Cardinal Dolan. No, that was not a plan. That was not, bear with me. I wish I'd thought of that. It just happened to fall in that way. Earlier about the WikiLeaks emails that said certain members of the Clinton campaign wanted to incite a revolution in the Catholic Church. I was pretty concerned. But we had a very constructive conversation with the Clinton campaign, and Cardinal Dolan said, if the cardinals and the clergy haven't destroyed the church in the last 2,000 years, the Democratic operatives don't stand a chance. Of course, the Donald got in a very public tiff with the Pope last year. I know you discussed that with the Cardinal last week, and it should be easy to mend that relationship. Because Donald and Pope Francis have so much in common. For instance, they lead lives of humility. So for this evening, all is forgiven. It is now my privilege to introduce the first of this evening's speakers. We determined tonight's order backstage. I'm happy to report, no matter how the coin toss ended, our next speaker was going to say it was rigged. I'm speaking, of course, about the Republican nominee, Donald J. Trump. There are actually some rumors going around that he wasn't going to show up tonight. He could say he wanted to keep us in suspense. We considered having a Donald Trump cutout on the dais, but if we wanted someone still lifeless, we could ask Charlie Rose to speak again. It is historic that Donald is here tonight. That's right, for the first time, the Catholic Church is not the largest tax-exempt landowner here tonight. We are honored to have Donald and Melania here tonight. The Al Smith dinner is a New York institution. The Donald, a kid from Queens, with a big heart and a big mouth, was without question a New York institution. Donald, the microphone is yours, and it's working.
Thank you, Al. Wow. That was good. This is a hell of a dinner. Well, I want to thank Your Eminence. This is really great to be with you again. We love it. Governor Cuomo, our great senators. Hi, Chuck. He used to love me when I was a Democrat, you know. Blasio, wherever you are. Where is Mayor de Blasio? Huh? Hello, Mayor. Come on. See, in the old days, I would have known him very well, but I haven't been doing so much of the real estate anymore. And I want to thank Al and Nan Smith. Just a fantastic job you do with the dinner, and congratulations on a record. Over $6 million, right? Is their record. And a special hello to all of you in this room who have known and loved me for many, many years. It's true. The politicians. They've had me to their homes. They've introduced me to their children. I've become their best friends in many instances. They've asked for my endorsement, and they always wanted my money. And even called me really a dear, dear friend. But then, suddenly, decided when I ran for president as a Republican that I've always been a no-good, rotten, disgusting scoundrel. And they totally forgot about me. But that's okay. You know, they say when you do this kind of an event, you always start out with a self-deprecating joke. Some people think this would be tough for me, but the truth is, the truth is I'm actually a modest person, very modest. It's true. In fact, many people tell me that modesty is perhaps my best quality. Even better than my temperament. You know, Cardinal Dolan and I have some things in common. For instance, we both run impressive properties on Fifth Avenue. Of course, his is much more impressive than mine. That's because I built mine with my own beautifully formed hands. While his was built with the hands of God, and nobody can compete with God. Is that correct? Nobody, right? That's right. No contest. It's great to be here with 1,000 wonderful people, or as I call it, a small, intimate dinner with some friends. Or as Hillary calls it, her largest crowd of the season. This stuff. This is corny stuff. I do recognize that I come into this event with a little bit of an advantage. I know that so many of you in the Archdiocese already have a place in your heart for a guy who started out as a carpenter working for his father. I was a carpenter working for my father. True. Not for a long period of time, but I was for about 3 weeks. What's great about the Al Smith dinner is that even in the rough and tumble world of a really, really hard-fought campaign. In fact, I don't know if you know Hillary, but last night they said that was the most vicious debate in the history of politics, presidential debate, the most vicious. And I don't know, are we supposed to be proud of that, or are we supposed to be unhappy? But they did say that, and I'm trying to think back to Lincoln. I don't think they can really compete with that. But the candidates have some lighthearted moments together, which is true. I have no doubt that Hillary is going to laugh quite a bit tonight, sometimes even at an appropriate moment. And even tonight, with all of the heated back and forth between my opponent and me at the debate last night, we have proven that we can actually be civil to each other. In fact, just before taking the dais, Hillary accidentally bumped into me, and she very civilly said, "Pardon me." And I very politely replied, "Let me talk to you about that after I get into office." Just kidding, just kidding. And Hillary was very gracious. She said if somehow she gets elected, she wants me to be, without question, either her ambassador to Iraq or to Afghanistan. It's my choice. But one of the things I noticed tonight, and I've known Hillary for a long time, is this is the first time ever, that Hillary is sitting down and speaking to major corporate leaders and not getting paid for it. It's true. It's true. It's true. You know, last night I called Hillary a nasty woman. But this stuff is all relative. After listening to Hillary rattle on and on and on, I don't think so badly of Rosie O'Donnell anymore. In fact, I'm actually starting to like Rosie a lot. These events give not only the candidates a chance to be with each other in a very social setting, it also allows the candidates the opportunity to meet the other candidates' team. Good team. I know Hillary met my campaign manager, and I got the chance to meet the people who are working so hard to get her elected. There they are, the heads of NBC, CNN, CBS, ABC. There's the New York Times right over there, and the Washington Post. They're working overtime. True. True. Oh, this one's going to get me in trouble. Not with Hillary. You know, the president told me to stop whining. But I really have to say, the media is even more biased this year than ever before. Ever. You want the proof? Michelle Obama gives a speech, and everyone loves it. It's fantastic. They think she's absolutely great. My wife, Melania, gives the exact same speech. And people get on her case. And I don't get it. I don't know why. And it wasn't her fault. Stand up, Melania. Come on. She took a lot of abuse. Oh, I'm in trouble when I go home tonight. She didn't know about that one. Am I okay? Is it okay? Cardinal, please speak to her. I'd like to address an important religious matter, the issue of going to confession, or as Hillary calls it, the 4th of July weekend with FBI Director Comey. Now, I'm told Hillary went to confession before tonight's event, but the priest was having a hard time when he asked her about her sins, and she said she couldn't remember 39 times. Nah. Hillary is so corrupt. She got kicked off the Watergate Commission. How corrupt do you have to be to get kicked off the Watergate Commission? Pretty corrupt. Hillary is and has been in politics since the 70s. What's her pitch? The economy is busted. The government's corrupt. Washington is failing. Vote for me. I've been working on these problems for 30 years. I can fix it, she says. I wasn't really sure if Hillary was going to be here tonight because I guess you didn't send her invitation by email. Or maybe you did, and she just found out about it through the wonder of WikiLeaks. We've learned so much from WikiLeaks. For example, Hillary believes that it's vital to deceive the people by having one public policy and a totally different policy in private. That's okay. I don't know who they're angry at, Hillary, you're right. For example, here she is tonight in public pretending not to hate Catholics. Now, if some of you haven't noticed, Hillary isn't laughing as much as the rest of us. That's because she knows the jokes. And all of the jokes were given to her in advance of the dinner by Donna Brazil, which is, everyone knows, of course, Hillary's belief that it takes a village, which only makes sense, after all, in places like Haiti, where she's taken a number of them. Thank you. I don't know, and I don't want this evening without saying something nice about my opponent. Hillary has been in Washington a long time. She knows a lot about how government works. And according to her sworn testimony, Hillary has forgotten more things than most of us will ever know. That I can tell you. We're having some fun here tonight, and that's good. On a personal note, what an amazing honor it is to be with all of you. And I want to congratulate Hillary on getting the nomination, and we're in there fighting, and over the next 19 days, somebody's going to be chosen. We'll see what happens. But I have great memories of coming to this dinner with my father over the years when I was a young man. Great experience for me. This was always a special experience for him and me to be together. One thing we can all agree on is the need to support the great work that comes out of the dinner. Millions of dollars have been raised to support disadvantaged children, and I applaud the many people who have worked to make this wonderful event a critical lifeline for children in need. And that we together broke the all-time record tonight is really something special. More than 6 million net. The Cardinal told me, that's net, Donald, remember. We can also agree on the need to stand up to anti-Catholic bias, to defend religious liberty, and to create a culture that celebrates life. America is in many ways divided. Thank you. America is in many ways divided like it's never been before. And the great religious leaders here tonight give us all an example that we can follow. We're living in a time and age that we never thought possible before. The vicious barbarism we'd read about in history books, but never thought we'd see it in our so-called modern-day world. Who would have thought we would be witnessing what we're witnessing today? We've got to be very strong, very, very smart, and we've got to come together, not only as a nation, but as a world community. Thank you very much. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
As Ronald Reagan would say, there you go again. Thank you very much, Donald. We're honored by your presence. This dinner is a fundraiser for the needy children of the Archdiocese. I'm pleased to announce that tonight we have raised $6 million. And let me put that in perspective for you. That will pay for nearly 5 minutes of our next speaker's speech. Hillary is a Democratic nominee for president, but it wasn't exactly a smooth ride. She had hope for it. She endured a tough primary challenge from that young centrist upstart Bernie Sanders. She endured questions about her health. Madam Secretary, I can't believe all these people said it wasn't presidential to catch pneumonia. Just look at William Henry Harrison. And she said things that she later had to take back. For example, Hillary really didn't mean it when she called half of Donald's supporters a basket of deplorables. To be fair, Donald didn't really mean it when he said he'd release his tax returns either. Secretary Hilton's career in public service is admirable. She has devoted her entire life to working for public service from Arkansas to Washington to New York. She has been a tireless advocate for children, and her attendance here tonight is one example of that. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Secretary Hillary Rodham.
Thank you. Thank you. Your
So a few days ago, I did a promo, and I don't know, it was probably like a 3 minute promo, something like that, for doing God's will or building the wall, much to the scorn of our masters or our enemies. You know, I still haven't really come up. After the broadcast, I'll have more an accurate title for the message, and I'll go ahead and edit it. But go ahead and check out the Michael Tobin Show on the Fringe Radio Network and bookmark that page, because I don't have a specific day and time of each week that I broadcast, but I do broadcast frequently. It might be 3 broadcasts in a week. It might be 2 in a day, and it might be once a week. don't have the schedule that I need yet, but the key word is scorn. You know, Franklin Graham recently quoted a scripture, and it's brilliant, and from Psalms, and I can't really recall, you know, when every time you read the Bible, something else stands out that you haven't, you just don't remember reading before. But when the foundations are broke, what can the righteous do? And my answer to that is plenty. And when you read the book of Nehemiah in the first few chapters, you see that the children of Israel, the Hebrews, the Jews, they are in captivity, and Sennacherib is the king, and Nehemiah goes to the king, and he's sort of downcast. And the king says, "Why are you so down?" And he says that my people need to build a wall. So King Sennacherib wrote a decree and gave Nehemiah permission to go build the wall because they were being set free. And he told some of the Jews, Nehemiah told some of the Jews what the plan was to go build the wall, and they didn't tell anybody else. It was top secret. It was classified, marked with a C. However, people in the top government positions got word of what Nehemiah's plans were, and they mocked him and scorned him. And then when they were in the midst of building the wall around Jerusalem, so they won't be a reproach to the nations, they wanted a beautiful wall of protection, and they were scorned again. So my point of this broadcast is doing what the Lord has allowed you to do, or doing what He has assigned you to do in the midst of scorn. What are you going to do when you are about God's business? Jesus, the Bible says that Jesus went about doing good, and you heard the saying that you can't go over for going under, or you're darned if you do, and you're darned if you don't. As long as you are honest with yourself and you're about doing good. And we're going to fail in that sometimes. We're going to insult people. We're going to offend people. And nobody likes to be offended. So we need to be called out on the carpet at times. Everybody does. So I experienced scorn on a number of occasions from my own daughter, and I admit it, my daughter is right. She just told me, you got to watch out what you're saying. And so I'm going to watch out how I say things. And usually it's when it's on social media, I give my commentary and I give my opinions on things, and I call it grammatical errors with broad statements. It's a habit of a lot of people, and I do it myself when I say a particular group and I describe how they are or what they do. And that could be a broad statement when you don't say some or many or maybe even most. But once you start saying most or all of, then you're getting in deep waters, because 99.9% of the time it is never most or all of. Oftentimes it is enough to tip the scales. But anyways, I was corrected by my daughter, and I could take it that I was scorned by my daughter. But you know, there's such thing as righteous indignation. So let me tell you, my comment was that Democrats are slow learners. Can the Democrat Party survive? Is it too late for people to see that there still is a choice for a Democrat other than Hillary Clinton? And Gary Johnson is running as a libertarian, but if you look at all of his positions, you'll see that he's actually not too shabby of a Democrat. So he is a good option. And my point is it too late for enough Democrats to learn about Gary Johnson with less than 2 weeks before the election? So that's a little lesson on politics, but my point of the broadcast is doing God's will, much to the people's scorn. All right, so stay tuned. Listen to the Michael Tobin Show and check it out. Look it up and bookmark it, please. And this is live, all right. So stay tuned. I don't have the full broadcast ready yet. I'm actually on my way to church right now, and I'm going to play this broadcast again at the beginning because I like it, and then I will segue into the actual show.
Trump.
This ain't done. Hello, Joe. God, I love Droopy Dog, don't you? Hey, you guys, this is Election Day 2016 Eve. and this is just a special broadcast, and I'm going to try to get through it as quickly as possible because all of the campaigns are going on, and I know you probably want to listen to them like I have, and I just want to begin with my title for the Michael Tobin Show. Thank you for joining me today on the Michael Tobin Show. I am your host, and I titled this, Is God Setting Up Trump as Our President? And I borrowed that from a blog that I recently wrote on the 9th of last month, and it's called, Does God Set Up Kings and Rulers? And we're going to learn something today. And first I want to go in with my intro, and I'm going to go in on what I've done some studying on how, what the Bible says about God setting up kings and rulers, as many of us believe pertains to every one of our kings and rulers. And the Bible does not necessarily say that, and you'll find out after this. So I want to begin by saying that all of mainstream media is like a recipe book owned by a few. Their main ingredient is called too, like T-O-O, like too much. Too, that's their main ingredient, depending on what the dish is. To this and to that. Currently, there are tons of newspapers and magazines touting their claims against the same people, no matter who they are, but simply depending on a political party, that they are too unqualified to this and to that, to be whatever it is they are campaigning for, regardless of how brilliant and wise they actually may really be. It's all really a bunch of garbage, and it is evident. I'm not arguing with you, but it really is this way. It's very sad. I was an AM radio station news director for 5 years, from 1990 to 1994, and it took me another 5 years after that, leaving AM radio broadcasting. It took me 5 years to recuperate from all of that. Fortunately, I learned, and a lot I learned a little too late. Like after voting for the Bushes. And I'll just say no more on that. But now I know. But I knew about the Clintons beginning right after we all discovered them, when Bill decided to run for his first presidential term. Nobody listened, and now it's, well, that's a blanket statement. Enough people did not listen. Not enough people listened. And now it's all new to most people, because mainstream media would not cover certain things from back then all the way up until now. There are still things that they're not covering, but because of the internet, we know much more things. And even then, there are still people with their heads in the sand like an ostrich. So there's a lot of things I am very resentful about, such as why the sudden concern for what has been being told over and over again by only a few, and yet people still did not care or was not concerned about, but over a few measly dollars, all hell breaks loose, when there are so many larger things they just didn't and still don't care about, except to add to their justifications against those who finally hit their pocketbooks. What am I talking about? The affordable health care. Man, that's an illegal tax. Do you guys know that? You know the Constitution says that no tax shall be made unless it starts first in the lower house, and if it passes and then it goes up to the upper house and has to pass. Well, Obamacare, we call it, the affordable health care, it started with the senators, not the representatives. And the Supreme Court ruled that it's legal because it is a tax. Enough. We're not being told this, but this actually is true, and it's just amazing. So That's what I'm talking about. And people are so upset and so angry about what we are all calling Obamacare. Why? Not because it's an illegal tax. Most of the people against it don't even know it's an illegal tax. But as I always say, there are certain people who matter that are taking names and numbers. And if we get Donald Trump as president, you're going to see a lot of things. And Clint Eastwood wasn't just thinking of something theatrical to say when he said that the Obama presidency is going to be known as the biggest hoax on the American people. But it's not going to be known unless we get certain type of leadership. Then you're going to know. A lot of people already know it, such as myself, but many of us still don't. So how about our children, our amendment rights, and many more things that are going on with religious rights and all kinds of other things? Well, we trusted God will take care of these things with our children because Pastor so-and-so felt no need to tell us certain things because it was too controversial. Well, how about our Two Amendment rights? Well, we're church people, so we don't have guns, so let others take care of it, and our Constitution will protect us. And the excuses go on and on and on until now, and people are saying, wow, how did all this happen? Well, my answer is you sow to the wind and you reap the whirlwind. Don't blame anybody but the person in the mirror. So I said all that to say this, that Donald Trump will go after what makes America the best nation in the world with a passion. Or should I say, Trump will go after what makes America America, a desirable place for people all over the world with a passion. Just like Obama went after so much with his passion. And I believe we will begin to get along much better after having more time on our hands, enjoying the American dream and pursuit of happiness instead of the divisiveness these past two presidencies, Bush and Obama, put us through. I don't believe in the lesser of two evils, but Hillary is actually the lesser deserving than Trump, who simply has a few character issues he's working on and he has worked on. It's nice to see people who improve rather than get worse and worse, as Hillary actually has become worse than the time that we all discovered who she is. She's an uncontrollable runaway train. So that concludes my intro. So now my lesson, my essay, if you will, does God set up kings and rulers? The book of Hosea, chapter 8, verse 7, they sow to the wind and reap the whirlwind. The stalk has no head, it will produce no flower. Were it to yield grain, foreigners would swallow it up. Hello? Does that sound familiar? Hello, Joe? Let me read that again. Hosea chapter 8, verse 7. They sow the wind and reap the whirlwind. The stalk has no head, it will produce no flower. Were it to yield grain, foreigners would swallow it up. Proverbs chapter 29, verse 2 says, when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice, but when the wicked bear rule, the people mourn. Hello, Joe. Yeah, I could sound like Droopy Dog. Hello, Joe. Hello, Joe. Hello, Joe. Anyways, I'm going to read that again. Proverbs 29:2. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked bears rule, the people mourn. In Hosea chapter 8, verse 4, they have set up kings, but not by me. They have made princes, and I knew it not. of their silver and their gold have they made them idols, that they may be cut off. Did you catch that? You know how there's a lot of missives that people claim that are in the Bible, like cleanliness is next to godliness, and God helps those who help those themselves, and all kinds of things that it's like, hey, where's it say that in the Bible? Oh, I can't find it because it's not there. Okay, this is when people say, well, God sets up the kings. Come on, you got to take that in context. God says right here in the book of Hosea, chapter 8, verse 4, they have set up kings, but not by me. They have made princes, and I knew it not. So that is my point, that here's a good example that I have. If the slaves in Egypt during the time of the pyramids were to have the right to vote, who do you think they would vote for? Somebody who made things worse on them, or somebody who made things better on them? I won't vote for Pharaoh, okay? Given a chance to vote for Pharaoh or for somebody who is going to set them free, who would you vote for, okay? It's as it really is that simple. So Daniel chapter 2, verse 21, it says, he changes times and season. He deposes kings and raises up others. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to the discerning. So there are times when God does, it says he deposes kings and raises up others, okay? So there are times when God does raise up kings, but there are times that he has nothing to do with it. So that is where we have to just pray. People keep saying, pray for your nation, pray for wisdom, and know and be honest which of however many candidates there are would be the most conducive to our constitutional government. That's all we have to do, because we're not going to get Jesus. Hello, Joe. We're not going to get Jesus for president, okay? We have permission to have kings now and rulers now. We have permission for that. It happened way back in Samuel's time when the people of Israel no longer wanted a priest or a judge as their ruler. They wanted a king. So now we have secular government all over the world now. So God is he does not have his stamp of approval on man's government, but it's what man wanted, so he allowed us to have it. So which person would be the most conducive to our American way of government and our constitutional of government? This is what we're looking at right now, folks. Which of the two main candidates, Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump, is most conducive to our constitutional government? Please, folks, I just pray that enough people will find out and vote honestly. And if you do vote for who turns out to be the wrong candidate, but it was your honest choice, well, praise God, you made an honest decision, and we are not guilty. God's not going to punish us for being wrong. God only deals with governments and nations when the people are deliberately defiant. Okay, so don't worry about it. You don't have to worry about this particular thing. So we'll see who becomes president. In 2 Chronicles, of course, chapter 7, verse 14, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sin and will heal their land. folks, this is election eve on the most important presidential race in my lifetime. I was born in March of 1964. My mother was pregnant with me in Hawaii in 1963 when John F. Kennedy was in a parade in Honolulu, Hawaii. She said that she was in the front and she saw him go by in the car, and he had beet red hair. And so that was my first brush with fame right there. I was in my mom's stomach when John F. Kennedy was driving by in Honolulu, Hawaii in a parade. From there, he went on to Texas, and that is when he got killed. And I was born just a few months after that in March. But in my lifetime, this really is the most crucial presidency race that I know of. And many people I'm 52 years old, many people who are older than me are actually saying this is the most important presidential race in their lifetime. People who are in their 70s and 80s. So we'll see who becomes president. But I'm leery of using the term win lately. Win is lose more often than not. Though I just wrote this blog, Does God Set Up Kings and Rulers? And produced an audio broadcast focused on possibilities of many switching over to another presidential candidate ticket, Gary Johnson and Bill Weld, I still believe Trump will win. I just don't want people to hand it to him without forcing him to take us voters seriously, and I do believe he now takes us seriously. And for the life of me, I don't want. I'm not gonna say that. It's kind of a pun. You'll have to read my blog to see that part. I don't know how so many people can even support Hillary Clinton to perform as even a crosswalk guard for an elementary school. Who knows what kind of mischief she will exact on her surroundings, but God knows. And if God doesn't have something to do with who becomes our next president, then he has given us over to our own devices. If God, now remember folks, the title of this is, Does God Set Up Kings and Rulers? That's the title of my blog, and the title of this broadcast is God Setting Up Trump as Our President? So remember that while I'm saying these things. But God knows, and if God doesn't have something to do with who becomes our next president, then he has given us over to our own devices. If God does have something to do with our next president, then we can all rejoice in the first part of this verse and sing, when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice, but when the wicked bear rule, the people mourn. Proverbs 29:2. But if not, we can continue the blues and sing the second part. A good friend of mine, who I know to be one of my few genuine friends, said, and I agree, that Donald Trump has surrounded himself with some good people that will help him politically. I don't believe now, nor ever have I believed, God has forgotten America and will allow her to be destroyed. Too many people are genuinely praying. The fervent prayer of the righteous. Amen. It's not enough to pray. Why? Because more often than not, many people pray, but they don't believe. And they don't act on their prayers. They actually think that words alone will move God to act. Well, that's just not how it works. Here's how it works. Without going into a bunch more paragraphs, I'll tell you in just one last paragraph. In Isaiah chapter 29, verse 13, wherefore the Lord said, forasmuch as this people draw near to me with their mouth and with their lips do honor me, but have removed their heart far from me, and their fear toward me is taught by the precept of men. And let's hope and pray that God does for us as he did in this last verse of this chapter. Isaiah chapter 29, verse 24. They also that erred in spirit shall come to understanding, and they that murmured shall learn doctrine. Okay, so that concludes my lesson on does God set up kings and rulers, and I'll have the link to this blog in the information part, and there's a place where you can actually say comments. Please give me some feedback, all right? So we've gone on for only 23 minutes and 40 seconds. Right now it is 10:05 p.m. Pacific time on 2016 elections eve. It's 10:05 p.m. November 7th, 2016, a day before voting day. Gosh, what a day tomorrow. What a day it's going to be. God, Jesus, help our country, Lord. I just pray for everyone listening, everyone who is going to listen. I just pray that this short lesson on does the Lord bring up rulers and kings, I pray that there was something in it that benefited and blessed the listener. Watch your language. We live. Did you hear that, Richard?
Yeah.
Hello, Joe. Hey, how about that intro, man? That guitar intro. Thank you for joining the Michael Tobin Show. And I've got my co-host, finally, Richard White. He's the one that was playing that intro, Waiting Upon the Lord. I can't even think, man. My mind is rattled from the elections. Let's welcome Richard White, the player of that intro on my Esteban guitar, my cool Esteban. And what's that guy's name, Richard, that wrote that song? He's from South Africa. Brenton Brown?
Yeah, Vincent Brown.
Yeah. Brenton Brown, South African, praise and worship.
Strength to rest as we wait upon the Lord.
Yep, as we wait upon the Lord. Hey, I've been waiting upon the Lord for 8 years. Oh my goodness. I couldn't wait for 4 years to pass, and all of a sudden I couldn't believe that Barack Obama won the election again. But hey, it's 11:32 p.m. California time, and I don't even think California has released their official tally yet, but it's in the 60-something% leaning towards Hillary Clinton right now. And we've been actually Johnny McMahon with the Iron Show and a few of us were going to have an elections night program, but I don't know what happened. It was probably too hard to get everybody together, but I've got you on the show, Richard.
Hey,
what's up, man? What have we been talking about?
Mike Tobin, one of my neighborhood best friends. He's from Oregon Street. He's from the Oregon Street gang, and I'm from the Felton crew, man. I'm so joking about that, the whole thing. It's great to be on the show and get to talk. God, hey, Johnny, you should be here too. But because Johnny, we became good friends online. But me and Mike, he's been around. He knows me. He used to live with me, man. So I can't get away with anything with this guy. But to tell you the truth, it's good being on the show. And I'm glad that Mike's doing this show. And please support his show because he does a good show. He's an honest man, and he's a great American, and he knows his stuff. He knows his history, and thankful for being on the Mike Tobin show. That's what it's called, and whatever I had to contribute, actually I love it because of the fact that we're standing up for American values. But we're standing up for the kingdom, the eternal kingdom that where we belong in the first place. And we should say that no matter who's elected, Jesus is the king in the first place. So he's already king. He sits on this throne. And for you, Mike, I'm honored to be on your show.
Well, I appreciate that, man. I'm honored to actually have this show because for the past few years I've had the free account, on Spreaker, and it was pretty decent. It allowed you up to 30 minutes, and but just a couple months ago they reduced it to 15 minutes, and I'm like, oh my God, I am such a chatterbox, man. I can't live with that. And so I was boo-hooing and crying and asking people to pray for me and stuff, and then all of a sudden I got an email from Johnny with this invitation to be a part of the Fringe Radio Network, and I'm like, holy mackerel, man, who are these guys? And he's telling me, and it's like, see a man diligent in his work, he shall stand before kings and queens. That's what the book of Proverbs says, man. So the people who are on Fringe Radio Network, even Johnny McMahon, he probably won't even agree with this, but these guys are kings, So, I mean, you look at the background of just a couple of the people that are part of Fringe Radio Network, and I haven't even met them or talked to them yet. But it's like being in the White House and not even bumping shoulders with whoever the president is, and you're working in the White House for 4 years. So that's kind of like what it's like. The people who are part of this network are actually a big part of a couple of major broadcasting internet networks. They're part of the founding of them. So I'm honored. Especially at such a time as this. Look at James Carville. Look at him, the Democrat strategist. He was Bill Clinton's campaign manager for both of his presidential campaigns. I remember him talking and he was pretty rude, man. I think he set the tone for today's rude politics. He's definitely a pioneer.
He's a great southern man, and he just trying to do the best he can with being a southern white man. And he owns one of them big houses, the Southern Barrel Zone, and he's just trying to do the best he can because he likes keeping his status as he is a Southerner.
Yeah.
Anyway, as I speak in that type of tone, I actually still like the guy because the only thing about that guy is I can't remember when the oil, during the Obama administration, all that oil that was being spilled that was, near Mexico, right? The movie that just came out, can't remember the name at the moment for some reason, because, you get brain farts, but if all that oil came to Louisiana, all the southern states, and James Connell came out and said, man, Obama, we are hurting over here. We just hurting. All our seafood lives and everything it's happened over here. So we know about the first 4 years of Obama, but this whole thing that is during the election process is we know, most of these percentages that you see are prefabrications, but we know that definitely it is a landslide for a man that is a business guy that some people, most of you out there may not like Trump. I mean, come on. But most of you guys during the time that Clinton and Bush ran, and you had Perot go out, right? And Perot was stating the same facts that, another business guy named Trump, who was an arrogant guy who had the pageants. Oh, you called him a sexual rapist and stuff like that, which I don't understand because you look at his wife. Come on, it's kind of like making it.
Well, that reminds me of some, because a lot of these accusations that recently came out against Donald Trump, it's really baffling, and it's very typical of world politics, of course, but it's typical of American politics. When you start saying the wrong things, all of a sudden the person is a accused rapist or accused child molester, and they went for the gusto against Trump, and they painted him as I mean, look at Anthony Weiner. It's proof. That guy, I don't understand why he's still around, but he's a Democrat, so he's still around. But depending on what you say and what side of the fence that you're on, you have to mind your P's and Q's, and you can't say certain things, and you can't pursue certain things. And Donald Trump has pursued a return to the U.S. Constitution and the American dream. So now all of a sudden he's a rapist or a child, molester or whatever it is. And it's very sad, and nobody can defend Donald Trump better than himself. But
exactly, because look what he's done in New York. I mean, this all you have to do is not worry about what people say or what media says. It comes to the point where why do people look at people what they say or even what Donald Trump has said? Look what he's done in his career. I mean, he opened up the park again so they could ice skate in New York. He bought that, and so he did it, and he just gave it to New York. And he built Trump Towers, and he has stuff probably. He has in certain places like China and like probably Darfur and in other places like that, and probably. But the guy owns his own business. I mean, he owns his own empire.
Yeah.
He's a private guy. He used, capital.
Well, yeah, everybody knows that, but they're not being reminded of that. That's just one of the things that the news chooses not to remind of the good parts of somebody. and man, I lost my train of thought. But yeah,
I do that all the time.
I know. Trump never loses his train of thought. But that guy, I actually heard on the radio that he is such a good speaker that he will sidetrack and then he'll go back to his main point every single time without fail.
Yeah, but when Donald Trump, says everything twice, like, I'm going to get the papers,
Yeah.
He, that's from a movie called Goodfellas.
Yeah.
But, Donald Trump, he says everything, one time, two times, three times.
Yep.
He wants to make sure that you got his point.
Exactly.
And that's a marketing concept.
Yep.
And
And
that
that
marketing, but he did what he said.
Yep.
And the guy didn't build big powers. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
If
Hey.
you understand about Donald Trump's family, you understand about his dad Fred, right?
Yeah.
His dad Fred was not a real estate expert.
Fred Trump.
Contractor. And he put his son to work, put his son through military school. Donald Trump. And look what Donald Trump did. He goes to school, he goes to college, he does really good. He gets involved in real estate, probably what his mom did, because you never hear about Trump's mom at all. I don't even get that part. I mean, who knows? But, Fred Trump, his father, was a big contractor, and he worked his butt off building big, huge buildings and designing them, doing the architecture of it. And he did it in here. A big Irish guy that was an Irish immigrant, right? His father, or he was the son. If you read the story about Trump, it's a pretty good story about what he did. So, we all know what, if you want to go on the other face of things, yeah, Donald Trump, he was a Democrat, a New York Democrat. But what does it matter that even if he is that part of being a Republican now, that he came from that,
Yeah.
at least he wasn't like Strom Thurmond, Everybody knows who Strom Thurmond was. Strom Thurmond was a huge Democrat, and he ran the Democrat Party because he was part of an organization that we all know about. But then he decided later on, I got to be a Republican. And so, where Republicans are named for what Democrats were in the first place, Donald Trump, I can understand what he did, because if you ever watched his show, when he was the boss and he fired people, even Gene Simmons from Kiss gets it, right? Geraldo,
Oh yeah, I like Gene Simmons from Kiss also, because he just has a very level-headedness about him, and he's participative. He participates in America, and he's not the partier that people think he is.
But he was come on, the guy was had a great business sense. He rose with a great business sense.
Yeah. Hey, here comes Mike Pence. Hold that thought. Oh, okay, yeah, he's probably going to introduce Donald Trump. But hey, do you see tit for tat? Let's go back to all these vile accusations. Even Jesus was accused of all manner of sin. The Bible says Jesus was considered, man, of all people, Jesus was accused. When it says that he was accused of everything, oh my goodness, I don't even want to say the things that everything includes. But part of it is what they're accusing Trump of. But do you see tit for tat? After those accusations, all of a sudden it says, okay, you guys want to play hardball? WikiLeaks came out, and now all of a sudden the Democrats are being accused of having satanic rituals and stuff like that. Spirit cooking. Have you read into that stuff yet? I haven't got around to reading that stuff yet, but I think it's just tit for tat. It's like, okay, you want to accuse our guy of this. Now we're going to put this out on you guys. It's either the truth or it's just playing hardball. What do you think?
I read some of that stuff, and it's complete nonsense.
Yeah, it's hocus pocus, isn't it? It's nonsense.
It just is reaching.
But that's what they get. That's what they get for doing what they did against Trump. Somebody is taking names and numbers for the United States. It's like, we still believe in the rule of law. Those of us who are conservatives, we don't go out and riot because we know we have the law. Unlike the Occupy people. I don't even want to call them Democrats, but most of them are Democrat and they're communists, Democrat/communists. They go out and they cause a bunch of havoc and they beat people up for wearing a political hat and all this other nonsense. But since they played their game, I think the people who are pulling the purse strings or pulling the strings, that they came out with their thing and says, okay, you want to play hardball? Now you guys are devil worshippers and all that stuff, and a lot of people believe it now. But that's what they get for lying.
Some is probably just like Newt Gingrich would say. Probably a very much few who would actually believe in those accusations. It's like when you feel like Donald Trump, he goes, he raped somebody that was that was 13 years old, and that was such a prefabricated notion that all of a sudden that she backs out because it wasn't true. And you come to this point when you see, we know what Bill Clinton did. We know what he did.
Yeah.
I mean, you have all those ladies that came out way before, and they said, hey, this guy did this. And they, one person said it was rape, and the rest of them said it was sexual harassment. But you keep thinking about it, is liberals tend to do things that they know that you're accused of, but they have to turn the page and say, oh, wait a minute, Trump did this.
Yep.
When Trump never did that, because, come on, the guy...
Here comes Trump right now. I want to turn up the TV. They're introducing him.
Yeah, go ahead.
And then I want to read some scriptures, too, because I feel so bad because we're Christians and believers, and I want to read some scriptures. So remind me to read from... about God raising up rulers. Remind me about that.
Yeah, but just realize that, understand that this is status quo right now.
Yep.
It's always been like that.
Hey, if you're not into politics, don't worry because politics is into you.
Yeah.
What do they have, an orchestra in that place? Or is it canned music?
I don't know because I'm not watching it. What channel are you watching?
It's like God doesn't want to hear the name of a certain false god, so I don't want to say the name of the channel. MSNBC.
Microsoft?
Yeah, God didn't want to hear the name Molech,
Oh, no, that's okay.
Can you believe that? God said that he didn't even want to hear that guy's name.
Yeah, because, he was sacrificing children.
Yep.
This is called abortion.
Yep.
But they were taking live children that were born, throw them in the fire for the owl. So,
yeah. Well, he's just doing his salutations and shaking hands. Here he comes to the podium.
Because they won.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.
Hey, this is historical, Richard. This is going to go for a reference, man.
Yeah, but I'm not watching it because I turned it off to be on the radio, so...
Our grandkids are going to hear this.
I'm going to watch it.
I've just received a call from Secretary Clinton. She congratulated us, it's about us, on our victory. And I congratulated her and her family on a very, very hard-fought campaign. I mean, she fought very hard. Hillary has worked very long and very hard over a long period of time, and we owe her a major debt of gratitude for her service to our country. I mean that very sincerely. Now it's time for America to bind the wounds of division have to get together. To all Republicans and Democrats and independents across this nation, I say it is time for us to come together as one united people. It's time. I pledge to every citizen of our land that I will be president for all Americans, and this is so important to me. For those who have chosen not to support me in the past, of which there were a few people, I'm reaching out to you for your guidance and your help so that we can work together and unify our great country. As I've said from the beginning, ours was not a campaign, but rather an incredible and great movement made up of millions of hardworking men and women who love their country and want a better, brighter future for themselves and for their family. It's a movement comprised of Americans from all races, religions, backgrounds, and beliefs who want and expect our government to serve the people, and serve the people it will. Working together, we will begin the urgent task of rebuilding our nation and renewing the American dream. I've spent my entire life in business looking at the untapped potential in projects and in people all over the world. That is now what I want to do for our country. Tremendous potential. I've gotten to know our country so well. Tremendous potential. It's going to be a beautiful thing. Every single American will have the opportunity to realize his or her fullest potential. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer. We are going to fix our inner cities and rebuild our highways, bridges, tunnels, airports, schools, hospitals. We're going to rebuild our infrastructure, which will become, by the way, second to none. And we will put millions of our people to work as we rebuild it. We will also finally take care of our great veterans. We've been so loyal, and I've gotten to know so many over this 18-month journey. The time I've spent with them during this campaign has been among my greatest honors. Our veterans are incredible people. We will embark upon a project of national growth and renewal. I will harness the creative talents of our people, and we will call upon the best and brightest to leverage their tremendous talent for the benefit of all. It's going to happen. We have a great economic plan. We will double our growth and have the strongest economy anywhere in the world. At the same time, we will get along with all other nations, willing to get along with us. We will be. We'll have great relationships. We expect to have great relationships. No dream is too big. No challenge is too great. Nothing we want for our future is beyond our reach. America will no longer settle for anything less than the best.
That's great.
We must reclaim our country's destiny and dream big and bold and daring. We have to do that. We're going to dream of things for our country, and beautiful things and successful things once again. I want to tell the world community that while we will always put America's interests first, we will deal fairly with everyone. All people and all other nations. We will seek common ground, not hostility, partnership, not conflict. And now, I'd like to take this moment to thank some of the people who really helped me with this, what they are calling tonight, very, very historic victory. First, I want to thank my parents, who I know are looking down on me right now. Great people. I've learned so much from them. They were wonderful in every regard. I had truly great parents. I also want to thank my sisters, Marianne and Elizabeth, who are here with us tonight. And where are they? They're here someplace. They're very shy, actually. And my brother Robert, my great friend. Where is Robert? Where is Robert? My brother Robert. And they should all be on this stage, but that's okay. They're great. And also my late brother Fred, great guy, fantastic guy. Fantastic family. I was very lucky. Great brothers, sisters, great, unbelievable parents. To Melania and Don, and Ivanka, and Derek,
We've got the most beautiful First Lady we've ever
and
had
Tiffany,
in United States history.
and Barron. I love you and I thank you, and especially for putting up with all of those hours. This was tough. This was tough. This political stuff is nasty and it's tough. So I want to thank my family very much. Really fantastic. Thank you all. Thank you all. And Lara, unbelievable job. Unbelievable. Vanessa, thank you. Thank you very much. What a great group. You've all given me such incredible support, and I will tell you that we have a large group of people. You know, they kept saying we have a small staff. Not so small. Look at all the people that we have. Look at all of these people. And Kellyanne, and Chris, and Rudy, and Steve, and David. We have got tremendously talented people up here, and I want to tell you, it's been very, very special. I want to give a very special thanks to our former mayor, Rudy Giuliani. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. He traveled with us and he went through meetings. Yeah, Rudy never changes. Where's Rudy? Where is he? Rudy. Governor Chris Christie, folks, was unbelievable. Thank you, Chris. The first man, first senator, first major politician, and let me tell you, he is highly respected in Washington because he's as smart as you get. Senator Jeff Sessions. Where's Jeff? Great man. Another great man, very tough competitor. He was not easy. He was not easy. Who is that? Is that the mayor that showed up? Is that Rudy? Oh, Rudy got up here. Another great man who has been really a friend to me, but I'll tell you, I got to know him as a competitor because he was one of the folks that was negotiating to go against those Democrats. Dr. Ben Carson. Where's Ben? Where is Ben? And by the way, Mike Huckabee is here someplace, and he is fantastic. Mike and his family, Sarah, thank you very much. General Mike Flynn. Where is Ben? And General Kellogg. We have over 200 generals and admirals that have endorsed our campaign. And they're special people, and it's really an honor. We have 22 Congressional Medal of Honor recipients. We have just tremendous people. A very special person who believed me, and, you know, I'd read reports that I wasn't getting along with him. I never had a bad second with him. He's an unbelievable star. That's right. How did you possibly guess? So let me tell you about Reince. And I've said this. I said Reince, and I know it. Look at all those people over there. I know it. Reince is a superstar, but I said, they can't call you a superstar, Reince, unless we win. Because you can't be called a superstar like Secretariat. If Secretariat came in second, Secretariat would not have that big, beautiful bronze bust at the track at Belmont. But I'll tell you, Reince is really a star. And he is the hardest working guy. And in a certain way, I did this. Reince, come up here. Where is Reince? Get over here, Reince. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's about time you did this, Reince. Huh? My God. Yeah, say a few words. Come on. Say something.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next president of the United States, Donald Trump. Thank you. It's been an honor. God bless. Thank God.
Amazing guy. Our partnership with the RNC was so important to the success and what we've done. So I also have to say I've gotten to know some incredible people, the Secret Service people. They're tough, and they're smart, and they're sharp, and I don't want to mess around with them, I can tell you. And when I want to go and wave to a big group of people and they rip me down and put me back down in the seat, but they are fantastic people, so I want to thank the Secret Service. And law enforcement in New York City, they're here tonight. These are spectacular people, sometimes underappreciated, unfortunately, but we appreciate them. We know what they go through. So it's been what they call a historic event. But to be really historic, we have to do a great job. And I promise you that I will not let you down. We will do a great job. We will do a great job. I look very much forward to being your president. And hopefully at the end of 2 years or 3 years or 4 years or maybe even 8 years, you will say, so many of you worked so hard for us, but you will say that that was something that you were very proud to do, and I can thank you very much. And I can only say that while the campaign is over, our work on this movement is now really just beginning. We're going to get to work immediately for the American people. And we're going to be doing a job that hopefully you will be so proud of your president. You'll be so proud. Again, it's my honor. It was an amazing evening. It's been an amazing 2-year period. And I love this country. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to Mike Pence. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, I think Mike Pence is probably going to talk. Hey, I prayed for Mike Pence too over a year ago when that thing happened in his state. He got so much flack because he signed a law for religious protection, religious protection for businesses that they can't be sued for things when they, and the Christians don't go around doing that all the time. The Muslims are the ones that are doing that kind of stuff. The Christians don't go around causing trouble and saying, we demand all this. Hey, Daniel the prophet, he prayed 3 times a day. Do you see Christians demanding time that they can spread out a mat on the ground in the break room or somewhere special for us, that we need to pray 3 times a day, or while we're at work or whatever? We don't do that stuff. So come on, leave us alone, man. Just like what Gene Simmons says, leave them alone. Leave us alone. Yeah.
We should have had, before Bush and Clinton, right, we could have had Perot. And Perot was an independent. And he's an independent conservative, of course. And we had a Republicans conservative. We had a Democratic liberal. And back then, Trump said the same exact things, basically, as Perot did to me. I mean, I could be wrong. Some people could probably have arguments why Perot never won, right?
Oh yeah, you were talking about Perot. You know that was when they allowed a third party to be a part of the debates, and you know, of course, he was instrumental in votes being split and all that. But the thing is people were able to vote their conscience, and that's what's important. We as Americans and as a country, we're not going to be punished by God for voting our conscience. You know what I mean?
No, you're not.
So now we're not even. It's like we can't even vote our conscience anymore. We have to vote for literally the lesser of two evils, but we're still forced into that position. So a lot of the stuff that's happening in the United States, I don't go around saying that God's punishing us with Hurricane Katrina and God's punishing us with that earthquake that happened in Virginia and it cracked the top of the Washington Monument and stuff like that. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing that monument fall down because it's got nothing to do with George Washington, you know.
The big penis,
but
right?
Yeah, big old phalanx symbol right in our nation, and I don't even believe that we could be punished for that because that's not the people, that's the government.
God doesn't punish us the way. If you read His Word, He hasn't. You know, He didn't allow the high places to be taken out for years. Right?
Yeah.
He allowed those things to remain. But what matters is at the time, you know, and there's going to be some libertarians out there that are like, oh, like when he said voter of the lesser two evils, I don't believe that because of the fact that all of us are evil.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen Gary Johnson as part of the debates because I would have loved to have seen it. You know, I went to his Hollywood rally and I actually shook his hand and took a picture with him. I was honored to meet him. And I don't know. I couldn't vote for him, no matter how much that he believes in our Constitution. You know, my conscience said no because he not only is okay with what the Americans vote for, you know, that federal shouldn't supersede states' votes, what they vote for, but he actually speaks out in favor of nobody has a right to choose, you know, what happens to their body than a woman, and that's the big rally cry for abortion. Well, you know what? They're not making a choice for their own body. They're choosing to kill a life. So I couldn't support them because of that. But if each state wants to vote for gay marriage or whatever, that's what the states vote for. But that's not what I'm voting for, you know, or abortion. I'm not voting for that. And the people who are voting for that, they're voting their conscience, and until it becomes deliberate defiance to God, you know, when it becomes an epidemic in a country, when the people are deliberately defiant against God in their hearts and their actions and deeds, then, you know, go ahead and send the punishment. Go ahead and send the flies and the frogs and stuff like that. We got it coming. And I do like what Billy Graham said, that if God doesn't punish us, God owes Sodom and Gomorrah an apology. So, you know, that's just a reminder that we need to consider God, and the Bible says that we need to consider God. The wicked do not consider God, is what it says in Proverbs. But let me go ahead and read these verses so we could get on track with the spiritual aspect of our program and what we all need to consider. In Hosea chapter 8, verse 7, it says, "They sow the wind and reap the whirlwind. The stalk has no head. It will produce no flower. Were it to yield grain, foreigners would swallow it up. And that's what we have been experiencing for the past 8 years. You know, we have been yielding grain, and foreigners are swallowing it up. And this is, I'm leading into, does God set up kings and rulers? Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. In Proverbs 29:2, it says, when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice, but when the wicked bear rule, the people mourn. In Hosea, in chapter 8, verse 4, it says, they have set up kings, but not by me. God is saying this. They have set up kings, but not by me. They have made princes, and I knew it not. Of their silver and their gold have they made them idols, that they may be cut off. So that's the second part of that verse. But the first part, they have set up kings, but not by me. They have made princes, and I knew it not. So we can't... another verse where it says in Daniel chapter 2:21, Christians have been led to use that as something that is always, and nothing is always except for God. God is the only one that is always. He could do whatever he wants. So Daniel chapter 2 verse 21 says, he changes times and seasons. He deposes kings and raises up others. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to the discerning. So he does raise up kings, and I believe that we have suffered a lot here in the United States, especially our religious values have suffered. And I believe that God has raised up Donald Trump as our ruler, and he has given us grace once again. And like he says, he wants to bring unity back to America. So yeah, I do. I want to go on record once again as saying that I'm one of the rare people that have supported Donald Trump from the very beginning, and I've had my doubts a couple times, but I've had to be straightened out. You straightened me out a couple times. I can't get away with nothing with this guy.
Mike, you make your own decisions just like I do, and I'm so glad that we had so many. We had 17 opportunities that we liked, and for me, Trump wasn't my first choice, but of course, there's a couple because I know his history. I know he was about New York, but then when it comes to the point of who he is, and of course, you always if you look back in 1988 when you saw his Oprah interview, and you see all the interviews that he's done, and of course, some were kind of nuts, and some were locker room, and if anybody tells me that locker room things are not according to us men and women, then you're nonsense. And that's all that Hillary had to go on, and she couldn't talk about policy. She couldn't talk about how she's going to fix this country. She kept talking about how she's going to socialize this country, which that was the scariest thing because of the fact that Obama said, I'm going to fundamentally transform this nation. And so we come back to that point, fundamentally transform and socialize this nation. Well, we're always social beings, so there's no reason to use that word. America.
Well, people thought he was bluffing. But look how much we have changed. Because it is all because of his executive orders. But those executive orders are about to change.
17 pages of the Constitution. 17 pages. 17 pages of the Constitution. And that's all we have. And that's actually pretty accurate law that we should follow. It's really free law. And it really has nothing to do about racism. Because the authors of the Constitution thought about, it said all men are created equal. That had nothing to do with color of skin. It had nothing to do with what your religion was. It had nothing to do with anything else. It said all men are created equal. We can work these things out. If you want to stay free as a human being, let's work these things out first, and we don't need to create war with one another because they were sick of war. They had to go through the Revolutionary War. They had to go War of 1812. They had to go through the Civil Civil War was, Civil War was the mark of what, liberty meant, because you look at Abraham Lincoln, it's like, black people were enslaved because of the fact, and then, they always thought that, Americans started to do that. No, it was the English, all these other people in America did it. It's just, we still had, still certain parties, political parties, that wanted this and wanted it not. And then you go back to certain things that you don't realize, like, Wilberforce, he was of the Parliament of England, wanted to end slavery, just like we did in the Constitution. And they recognized the Constitution to forward their progress for the end of slavery. And so now we have, from the offbeat track, we have right now the end of slavery thus far as Trump being president, because of the fact from the 8 years of Obama and from the 8 years of liberal owning and growing government, which we never wanted to grow government. Government always must have been, according to the Constitution, very small. Nobody's supposed to get rich being in government. Nobody is supposed to be a great, high-ranking person. He's supposed to be in government to be a servant. And the only thing you're supposed to do, you get taken care of. You would be poor. But you got to remember, what we're witnessing now is now you got a rich guy that did it during, he did it when he had a product to sell. Hillary Clinton didn't have a product to sell. He made his money privately. He did make his money. He says he's going to forfeit his salary, and I can understand why, because look what he's making. And this guy got rich because of the American dream, and he probably got sick and tired of being a New York Democrat. I don't know. And actually, I don't care. And I understand the rest of you people that are libertarians or independents or Green Party or whatever parties that you're from. It doesn't. You got to understand. If you don't understand the 17 pages of the Constitution, then, how can you call yourself an American? And how can you witness what just happened? Stop it. Knock it off. Start being an American.
Exactly.
Start loving your fellow neighbor. Start understanding. If you don't believe in God yet, you will, because God is in your life whether you like it or not. And I'll tell you this lastly. I love you, whoever you are. I love you, and you have nothing to do about it.
Exactly. I believe that with Donald Trump as president, that he's going to go after what makes America the best country and the most desirable country to be in with a passion, just like Obama went after so much with his passion. And I don't want to go down that trail, but and I also believe that we will begin to get along much better after having more time on our hands, enjoying the American dream. Thank God. Thank you, Jesus. We're about ready to start once again with the pursuit of happiness. We have a right to the pursuit of happiness, and all the stuff that's been going on that has nothing to do with our Congress, because our Congress isn't to blame. It's one man with all of those executive orders. It's just madness, and they're going to go. Everything that every executive order that he did, Donald Trump said that he's going to nullify. And some of the things have time limits on them to sign again, like the Patriot Act, and that's got to change also. That started during Bush, but the National Defense for America is the one that Obama signed. And that takes all of our due process, constitutional rights away from us, to where if you get detained by the federal government, you don't even have a right to call your wife or your spouse or a child, your child or a lawyer. You're detained indefinitely. That's the same thing that the Gestapo did. And, of course, communist Russia and communist China, you can't call anybody. That's nonsense. And the government has a right to kill somebody without due process. And Obama gave the okay for to kill 3 Arab American citizens in I think it was in Yemen, and that was before he signed the National Defense for America Act. So he robbed people, American citizens, of their due process before our government was legally allowed to do that. And that's why that was shortly before he got reelected, and that's one of the biggest reasons I can't believe that he got reelected. But the United States has been in a stupor, a very long, deep stupor. And thank God, I'm just so thankful now that we're going to be coming out of it. We're going to be American again.
Great point, Mike.
Yep. Hey, Richard, this is cool, man. Donald Trump, we were roommates during the first part of this whole thing, man. For 6 months? Oh my God.
Yeah, and you agreed on most of everything. We never really we got pissed off on personality stuff, but and me and Mike, we've been friends for a long time.
Yep. Hey, I want to throw in a plug. I want to throw in a plug for your band, man. You're the front man, Gary Lee. Tomorrow, the band is going to Los Angeles, so Gary Lee can accept an award for the best front man. Tell us about that. In the Midst 777. Look them up. Google them. In the Midst 777.
Yeah, it's kind of great because I've only been with the band for a couple of years. And, I've been in many bands, and I don't need to go into that, but at this moment, we got a nice metal rock band, and a little bit more old school than the other bands that are out there right now. And he was talking to Gary tonight, and I was saying, he goes, yeah, I could have done all this other stuff. And you know what? He goes, I just want to keep it original. And it was the best thing I ever heard because of the fact that, he writes what he wants. And we write together. And, man, we got, a lot of things going on if we do it. And, we're a low-key band right now, and it doesn't matter. But, we're not doing it for the profit. We're doing it for, save souls. We're doing it for people to realize that, you know what? The party life, sex, drugs, and rock and roll,
Yeah.
But usually that doesn't work because of the fact that none of that works because look at what someone's going through. And Gary Lee, if you know about his story, you know where he's been. Look him up because of the fact that I want him to tell you his story, not me, because I'm not going to do that. I have my own story. Every one of us in the band has his own story. But the best thing we do is we love the Lord. We love the Lord Jesus. And you got to understand that loving the Lord Jesus is not about, having to sacrifice what your freedom is or your liberty or, all these other things. Actually, Jesus says, if you want to be free, I will make you free indeed. And, life, this life is going to be, ending pretty soon. This life doesn't go on forever. This, in our flesh and our bodies that are decaying, where, we have to have health care, we have to have all these kind of things. That's not what Jesus is talking about. God is talking about what He created you to be. And even if you're in the flesh, your flesh is dying, but He created you a soul. And He created you to have His Spirit in you. And eternal life is more important to think about in your prolonged days than it is, what you think about today. And yeah, I'm getting the best award for being one of the best frontmans, of the LA Awards. But you have to look at it this way. It's a blessing to be where he's at. It's a blessing where I'm going to be, watching him have this award. And me, I don't need personal awards. I just want to be a good guitar player. That's it. I want to be known for that. But and did the best I could. But also to make sure that all you people that that are listening to this program, that you understand there is a Jesus or a Yeshua. There is a God. That's his name. And he loves you. He wants you to be part of his life.
Yep. Hey.
He already created you. He already, he had created you. And
you there? Oh, wow. It looks like Richard's phone cut off right after he said that Jesus created you. I lost him. Lost him online on the... I wonder if his phone went dead. I want to try to get him back. Try to get him back on the phone. Hey, this show is raw too, I don't have the production time to make everything sound crisp and clean like a CD and a DVD and all that stuff. You know my story. But I'm going to play my favorite song by In the Midst, 777, while I get Richard back on the line. This is Richard's band. He's the lead guitarist, and he is the most phenomenal guitarist that I have ever met and know personally. And but this is an acoustical version of In the Midst 777. Look them up, and it's a song called HALT. It's an acronym: Hurt, Angry, Lonely, and Tired. Oh, they got the electric going. Yeah, that was pretty cool, man. I hope it sounded all right on your guys' end. That was Gary Lee, the front man for In the Midst 777. Jesus said, when two or more are gathered in my name, there I am in the midst. Thank you, Jesus. So, hey, we lost Richard on the phone. I think his phone probably went dead, but it was the timing of it was okay because it was right when he was exhorting us that Jesus already created us, and we may not think that we believe in Jesus, but we will, because his word is in the hearts of everybody. Here he is. Hey, what happened, man? Did you have to plug your phone in?
No, you didn't catch everything, huh?
Oh, yeah. It cut off right when you said that Jesus already made you.
Oh,
yeah.
Crap. I said, Jesus already made you. Yeah.
And that was in reference to people may not think that they believe in God or believe in Jesus, but they will. Okay. And
That was the most important thing I had to say.
Yep, exactly. Hey, I just played that song, Hungry, Angry, Lonely, and Tired. That's the acronym HALT. And that's like one of the basic things, the first things that you learn in critical incident stress management.
Yeah,
we went
through that together. I still got the book. Are we still online, or we?
Yeah, we're still online, man. I just got that song just ended. I found it on YouTube.
Right.
Yep.
I was prompting you up and said, hey, I've been working with Johnny, with the Iron Show for years, and I got, one of my best friends doing the same thing, and I said, I didn't mind being a co-host for both their programs, because these guys are leading it, and, hey, I'd love to come on and talk about things that we need to talk about, debate or whatever, and I'm glad these guys, their most important thing to do is to make sure that you understand that God loves them. And God, at this moment, they don't believe in God, but or they have a hard time, or I don't know what you're going through, but this is the purpose. It's for you to have eternal life, because this life is temporary. We're always going to have hardships in this life, but the Lord, He paid the price for us. So he knew that we were going to go through it, so he did everything that we're going through at one moment while we're going through it many moments. And he already did it, and he's the best, it's, out of every religious aspect that you can think of, I mean, this is not a religious aspect. This is the Creator going, I ain't making this religious. I'm going to die on a cross, And that's kind of what I was trying to say at the end of it. Because I'm gonna take your sacrifice. I'm gonna take the ultimate sacrifice that you should either be punished for. And I already created you, so I'm gonna take it, for myself. That way, you're already redeemed. You can come to me anytime you want and say, Lord, I'm done.
Exactly. We don't need a priest, man. I mean, it's nice to be able to go to a pastor, and seek counseling, but we don't need to go to anybody for permission to go to God. We can boldly approach the throne and commune with God any time of the day in our hearts and our minds while we're working. We always commune with God, and that's the most important thing that we got to do is always take things to God. Always take what's on your heart to God, and that's what prayer is. It's simple.
Yeah, and it's so hard sometimes, though, because we get into our own, thinking, we get into our own, lives, and how could this happen? And just how can we go to Christ and go, hey, look what I've done?
Yeah.
I don't care if you're, I go to church, I just went to Tucson prison, and I met murderers, and I met, others alike. I'm not going to mention, what they were, but, I remember talking to this guy. He goes, I'm in here for murder, and he pushed me into everything, that we came, and he goes, I didn't think I had any hope in prison. And I was talking to him. I said, well, you always have hope, because you go to your heart. No matter what you've done, and no matter what society says about you, and what you were judged by and why you're in here. And he was a lifer. He's a lifer. And he said, this is what happened to me. He told me his story and stuff. And I looked at him and said, I don't even know what I'm doing here, because I don't even wear your shoes. I don't know what your shoes are about. I haven't even walked to them. I said, I'll tell you what, you're in here for the rest of your life. You know what? We're going to lighten here. And this is what Gary Lee was talking about. And this whole thing, and I went, wow, people are, he's going to be probably institutionalized the rest of his life, but he was at that service that we had, and he was like, I could see, I don't know, he came to me, and I just play guitar. I mean, I play lead guitar. He didn't go to Gary. He just said, this is what I did, and I just said, gave him a hug, and I said, hey, if you're here for life, who knows what God's going to do with you, and I said, I'm not going to give you anything that I can't tell you, because I don't know what you're going through. But I said, I'll tell you what, I love you, brother, and, you're here right now, you're here for a reason. And if you're here for a reason, then the Lord loves you. The Lord loves you very much. And, if you're going to be a light, what better place to do your ministry? Be a light, even if it's a small light. But, like I said, I don't know what you're going through, but...
Yeah, the prison ministry is really near and dear to my heart also, because I was fortunate enough to be involved with Chuck Colson's prison fellowship when I was living in Oregon for 7 years. And, I got to minister to people at the prison work camps, the jails, and, you name it, people are in prison for. And one guy, man, he was like Zacchaeus, the guy, the short guy in the Bible that had to climb a tree just to see Jesus. That's what his nickname was, Zacchaeus.
Zacchaeus?
Yeah, because he was so little. But this poor guy, man, he was probably, 25, but he was. They gave him 14 years, without parole, and because he bludgeoned to death his stepdad for beating his mother. And you wouldn't know that by talking with him and looking at him, because he became Christian while he was in prison. And he didn't have any trace at all of self-condemnation, and he didn't even have any trace of self-justification of what he did. And he was a new creature. Every day we're a new creation, the Bible says. And that's just one of the miracles that we don't understand. And it's exactly like what the Bible says. God's ways are not our ways.
No.
And he changes. He literally does change us. And it's like, I'm high on God. All of us, most of us have heard people say, you don't need to get high off drugs. You can get high off of God. And that's it. It's hard to explain, but
Mike, can I say something?
It happens.
Can I say something that's kind of weird that people are going to take out and they're going to trip out about it?
Yeah.
Jeffrey Dahmer.
Oh, that's one story that I can't comprehend. But
yeah, I can't either. But if you look up his story, and his, during his last, before he was killed, he wasn't, he didn't have the death penalty, but he was killed when he was in prison. But but he did something I saw, and there's a video out there on YouTube, and there's a video, you can find it. You can easily find it. And what he said, you know, we know who Jeffrey Dahmer was. And I don't even know why I'm saying this in the first place. Is I keep thinking, like, why would that person be, you know, if he said what he said he did, and he gets killed probably a couple of weeks later or a few weeks later or whatever, after he did that testimony. Of course, he did get the death penalty, but somebody put him to death, but maybe for their own justification. So what he said was pretty, you know, and like I said, I'm not defending what he did. There's no way I can defend what he did. But what he said he did, you know, afterwards, he confessed his sin. Mike, I agree with you on this. There's nothing, you can tap on that, right? There's nothing. And, but if he confessed and he did what he did, right? But you gotta think that nobody reads the Bible anymore if they don't see what happened, you know, in the book of Judges. They don't see what happened during, you know, the time of the Old Testament and the things that were, God, there are a lot of things that were going on that you go, why are these people still living, you know? And why is the king still living? And Jeffrey Dahmer, he may have done what was maybe media stuff, but if he did confess, you know, if he were, you know, truly sincere, but he died the way he did, you know, because he got beat up in the cell and got beat up really badly, you know, and maybe that's what he deserved, but maybe what he said, he goes, I didn't know what I was doing, blah, 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 and he goes, I confess that. He goes, my dad was always a Christian, and I should have followed those ways. And no matter what, if you made it or not, you see, it's a hard thing to talk about.
So while people who are listening, just while they're hearing you say this, they need to be reminded, don't wait until you have regrets. You know, while you're being told, just listen and take the advice. Don't wait till you have regrets. The Bible says now is the time of salvation. So while we got some people listening right now, I want to go ahead and pray for them. God, I just pray for everybody who's listening right now, who has been contemplating on following you, Lord. I just pray that you tug on their hearts right now and lead them and guide them and enter their hearts as they invite you right now, Lord, to enter their hearts. In Jesus' name, amen. And it is so simple as a prayer, just like that.
Almost.
And you got to mean it. And you got to mean it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Then go for it.
Don't doubt your meaning. Don't doubt your meaning, because the first thing that happens the next day after inviting Jesus in your heart is you start thinking, I wonder if I really meant it. I wonder if I mean it. And that, you know.
Because mean it. Yeah, just gotta mean it.
Yep.
So it's, you know, Christ is tugging at your heart anyway. He's tugging at every human being's heart to me. You know, it's my opinion, actually. And I think, I don't think he stops. I don't think he has a deadline. Like we had an aborted deadline. But, Mike's right. You know, Mike Tobin's right. And it's like, you know, just come to your point where you know, I don't care what drug you're on. I don't care, you know, if you found this place and you're going, hey, I'm looking for this, you know, whatever, you know, you're looking for something, you know, came here. You know, what Mike's doing is honorable, and hopefully he gets more popular too. You know, as you know, I just want to be as a guitar player. But I'm with Mike Tobin, John. You know,
I'll be like Mick Jagger, you know, just dance around like a chicken and not play no instruments.
Yeah, but you can sing.
Yeah, I can scream. I can't hit those high notes though.
You can always sing, but with Dom, McMahon, he's doing anything. He just bought him and somebody else just bought a Friends Network, and the whole thing is we're all trying to tell you who the Lord is, and we want to let you know that, come on, Jesus or Yeshua or whatever, Jesus.
Yep. I think my favorite scripture in the Bible is Matthew 11:29, and you know how when a lot of people, they quote one part of a verse, part A, but they don't quote the part B part, the second part. Sometimes they'll quote part B but not part A, but this one is weird because the whole verse is often quoted, but one part in the middle isn't always quoted, and I think it's because of the memory factor. But Jesus said in Matthew 11:29, "Take my yoke upon you and learn of me, for I am gentle and humble in heart, and you will find rest for your souls." The way I usually hear it is, "Take my yoke upon you, for I am gentle and humble in heart, and you will find rest for your souls." Where's the part that says, "and learn of me"? So anyways, that's the complete one. Jesus said, "Take my yoke upon you and learn of me, for I am gentle and humble in heart, and you will find rest for your souls." It really is that simple. Learn of Jesus. Learn. If you learn of him, you're going to want to take his yoke upon you, and as you do that, you'll find that he's gentle and humble, and you'll find rest of your souls. It's just that simple. And Jesus said, "You're either for me or against me." In another part. So it's not hard. We overemphasize things. We overthink a lot of things, and then we start getting doubt. And of course, the Bible says that Satan's the author and confusion and the author of confusion. So if you take the yoke of Jesus on you, you learn of him. You have no time for all those doubts. When those doubts come, just keep communion with God. Have God in your thoughts always.
And to agree with Mike, go to Psalm 1. Pretty easy. Psalm 1 says the same thing. It's maybe a different aspect of what Mike's talking about, but it's the same thing that he's talking about because, Psalm 1 is, it's the easiest Psalm, it's only 6 verses.
Yeah, blessed is the one who does not walk in the step of the wicked, or stand in the way that the sinners take, or sit in the company of mockers.
Yeah, there you go.
That's the NIV version.
His delight is the law of the Lord.
Yep. Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor stands in the way of the sinners, nor sits in the seat of the scornful.
But his delight.
Praise God, we've got a good president. No more scorn. We're done with the scorn.
Well, that's one of those, but we still got to hold Trump accountable.
Yeah, gather stones.
Yeah, we see a president doesn't mean that he's going to be the best Christian in the world either.
No, he's a new believer. He's a new believer, and the new believers are the best because they're so happy with what they found. And the things that I've heard him say, it's like, man, he's just like an innocent child, man. It's awesome.
Yeah. I'm wondering about Trump yet, but I'm going to be watching him because the only fact, on the opposition, you have to watch him and make sure he says what he's, if he's not a politician, he better do what he says he's going to do.
Yeah, I just recently read an article that talked about Donald Trump's favorite scripture. So,
What? I haven't heard it.
I'm Googling it right now because it was pretty neat. Oh, yeah. Donald Trump's favorite Bible verse.
What?
Let's see here. Raw story.
But, you know, if he has a favorite Bible verse, that's a pretty good thing.
Yep.
You know, you know.
Oh, wow, yeah. Matthew 5, you know. You have heard that it has been said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But I say to you, not to resist evil. But if one strike you on the right cheek, turn him also the other. Wow,
You really think
that's
good about Trump?
that's not the one. That's not the one that I read.
Trump, he takes a punch in the face and he goes, "Hey, wait a minute."
Yeah,
No, but this, you know, it doesn't mean that he's going to take an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Nor, like, you know, Hillary said that he's going to push the buttons to cause war. The guy was against the Iraq war. And they always forget to mention that. He didn't want the war because how can you do business with people that you make war with? He was like, hey, wait a minute. I got to bomb you and I can't, you know, make trade with you? You know, that's kind of the way I thought that he thought like, but I don't know. You know, Trump he owns his own empire. He owns, you know, the casinos, big Trump towers, and his, you know, international things that he does with China and stuff like that. They're like, but he did that as a non-politician. He did that on his own real estate business.
yep.
And that's the difference between him. He goes, I just remember, I love the fact that when he said, he goes, I guess I'm a politician now because of the fact that I got to be a politician to run for president. And I was like, that's a pretty good thing.
Well, you're not a politician until you've been elected.
Yeah, but
So now he's officially a politician.
I guess he is now. I guess he's a true politician now. But Reagan was the same way.
Yeah.
Reagan wasn't a politician.
Oh, I know. I remember comparing him to Reagan roughly a year ago when we were roommating, and man, I got flack from people saying, "Oh, he's nothing like." Now, you know, a couple days ago, I heard one of the smart guys on TV talking about the comparisons, and it's like it's okay for these guys to say it, but I'm a nobody. Nobody knows. Nobody listens to me.
Yeah, no, but
Yeah.
Trump was not Reagan.
Yeah.
So Trump, you know.
Well, they were criticizing Reagan the same way that they're criticizing Donald Trump. You know, he's an actor. He's a performer.
What Reagan did with California, but
They even accused Reagan of being a womanizer. They were accusing Reagan of all manner of illness also.
yeah,
But I was in high school, you know, I didn't know all that stuff.
I did because of the fact that he was never, you know, look at who he married. He had Jane, you know, what's her name? Not Dame Mansfield. That was
Nancy?
Jane Wyman.
Oh, his first wife?
He had Nancy. Yeah, he had Nancy.
Yeah.
His first wife was Jane Wyman. And he never did. But you got to remember, Reagan was a Democrat. And he was also the head president of SAG, with, you know,
Screen Actors Guild.
Yeah.
Yep.
And when he started realizing during the communist regime, and when the FBI, Edgar Hoover, and what was the other guy? I know his name. They went after him, he's like, oh. And then Reagan went, goes, you know what, I ain't part of this anymore. So he went and did the speech for Barry Goldwater. And, you know, he goes, I've always been a conservative. And he goes after JFK's death, and he's like, all right, so, you know, I know who to go for. And, you know, and then here Donald Trump grew only because of the fact that he was a capitalist. And so look what he did. He restored the old ice rink and made it so much better. And he built his, he did real estate. But his dad never was like that. His dad was never real estate. His dad was a contractor, an Irish contractor. They're all Irish. And it's so funny that Hillary Clinton had to use that thing against him. The KKK. Like, I was like, you gotta be kidding me. This guy's an Irish Catholic, and so was his family. And the KKK hated the Irish Catholics. They hated, nobody that was white. He had to be white. Irish Catholics weren't white. White Latinos weren't white. Italians weren't white. God, they hated everybody. You had to be of a European Viking descent or something. Otherwise, you were, or Nordic, you were white, according to Austrian principles that Hitler had to do in his Mein Kampf. But actually, nobody knows about that, I guess, anymore. I guess we're too old.
Yeah, I remember in high school, all these weirdo kids were reading Mein Kampf. I still haven't read that book.
I have. It's very, Mein Kampf. The guy was a great artist, but how he wrote about his Mein Kampf means my struggle, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, what was your struggle as an Austrian? That you weren't that good as an artist, and then you became a chancellor of Germany as an Austrian. You weren't a German. You were Austrian. Hitler was an Austrian.
Yeah.
He wasn't German.
Yep.
And you think about things, you go, so how did you become chancellor of Germany unless you had, a political background, a media that was supporting you?
These are the things that the Democrats are trying to do, Look how they got Obama in, and the dude's African. And according to the Constitution, both parents are supposed to be American citizens before the child can run for president. And only one of his parents was what, naturalized or something? And, they changed that, and they want to be so globally conducive. Hey, I don't know what happened. I wonder if I lost Richard and then he was calling me back. But yeah, the world, this country is so crazy, They want to elect people. They want to elect people that have different nationality backgrounds, and that's one of the reasons why I didn't support Cruz and I didn't support Rubio. I supported Donald Trump from the beginning. So I think that was Richard. His call got dropped, and then he called me back. There he is. Hey, what happened, man? Did your call drop, and then you called me back?
I called you back twice. I guess it
That's weird. While I was talking, all of a sudden my phone rang, and it said unknown, and I didn't want to answer it.
Again.
Yeah. I'm like, who's calling me at 1 a.m? But yeah, man, I didn't want to support Cruz and I didn't want to support Rubio because of their other than American background and constitutionality. It's just crazy. It's like tit for tat. I see the Democrats and Republicans doing tit for tat. Okay, you guys had a foreigner become president, so now we're going to have somebody who's not quite qualified constitutionally become a president. And they tried it with McCain. I guess McCain was born in Panama by the Panama Canal or something. Well, big deal. He's still American, But they always want to have that little uniqueness about their nationality, and they need to stop that. They need to stop that stuff. I want an we could live with McCain as a president, he's American, but quit doing that stuff on purpose. Other than that,
I was talking about my comment. I was trying to give the history of why Hitler became chancellor and why he became.
Being an Austrian, he actually became the a German.
And with McCain, he's a great war hero. I'll give him that. He was a great prisoner of war. I'm not sure if he won again, but I don't know if Arpaio won. I guess another sheriff is coming into town, I guess. But, see, I haven't seen that yet. But still, the majority, it's kind of funny that Donald Trump wins and the majority of Republicans are still owning Congress. So, the only thing I was talking about is what I've read, and like I said, my comp was like another worse, like it's kind of like the Quran, and people are getting mad at that. All you Muslims out there, sorry, but you gotta remember, Muhammad was illiterate. He didn't know how to read, so he had to have other people translate his stuff that he was speaking when he was in his transformation.
Yeah, he was his training was funded by the Roman Catholic Church too. That's another whole big old story.
Yeah, some people talk about that, and I've already read that story about that, and
Yeah, it's not only that one Catholic priest that has confirmed that either. Other Catholic priests and Jesuits have also confirmed the same stuff. So it's I believe it. It makes sense.
Mecca, when he came to destroy, he destroyed every idol, right, except for Allah, the idol, and then he did destroy the Virgin Child.
Yeah.
So, what are the things you have to say about that? In history, that Muhammad would never have a religion. He only won by 200 people over 50 when he, there was a war that was not really that huge of a war, but, he had more people when he attacked Mecca from Messina than he did, and the rest he killed Jews and Christians, and like I said, there were a bunch of pagans that he killed, but
yeah, that's a. Yeah. Well, that religion has become like a super horrible ideology. It's a political ideology, and most Americans, I don't think, even realize that we've been fighting. England has been fighting Islam since before the United States was a country, and we've been fighting Islam ever since we became a country.
Yeah.
It's an ideology. It's an ideology, and they make slaves out of people. Even still, it's horrible. So we're going to see what's going to happen with that. But wow, I'm still amazed. 278 electoral votes. No, I mean Donald Trump got 278. Yeah, electoral votes. And yeah, that's what you predicted, huh?
You owe me $5 now.
I know, huh? Hey, you should have entered that Carl DiMaio's contest.
Sure.
Yep. But hey, man, I want to go ahead and close this broadcast, dude.
Oh yeah.
I got an interview for a job tomorrow.
What are you doing?
Home Depot, man, the hardware department.
Yeah, but you worked for Home Depot before.
Yeah, for like 7 years, and I went to other pastures, thinking the grass is greener, and I became a lot more valuable, actually. So, yeah, I had to break down. I tried so hard to try to get, listener support for my program and everything, but
Yeah, but you don't stop
No, you know what? I was able to go with Billy Graham's rapid response team while I was working at Home Depot. I was able to do more ministry on my vacation times than I have in the past 8 years.
There's nothing wrong with you going back there. I have no qualms with that.
Yep.
That was you. That had nothing to do with me.
So, hey, check this out, man. This is my closer now. You know, I did Droopy Dog for the opening. Check this out. All right, you guys, thank you for joining us for the Michael Tobin Show. This has been me and my buddy Richard White co-hosting. All right, here's the closer. Unable to perform. Oh wow, I can't perform it during a phone call. Oh well. So hey, Richard, thanks for being on the show, man. This is so cool, dude. I love I love it that we can call each other and talk politics and stuff, man.
We grew up together.
Yep. Yeah, for you listeners, we grew up in Normal Heights and North Park in San Diego, and we're both roughly the same age, within like 3 years apart. And I remember passing Richard's house and seeing him in his garage. And I wanted to talk to him, but he looked too troubled, you know. It's like he looked too angry, so it's like I didn't want to say nothing, you know. It's like, no, that kid's angry about something. I ain't saying nothing. Yeah, but you know what? Me and Richard ended up meeting through church. You know, he got saved the same way I got saved. You know, I was a troubled youth and all that stuff. You know, I didn't know I was troubled, but I was troubled now that I looking back. But we met each other, and then it was funny learning that I only lived a block and a half away from him, and at one time, and. I know, man. I could still see your face, man. I could still see your face in your garage, and it's like, man.
You know, look, you're the older brother, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
But always love you, man. And you know, Mike's doing the best thing he can with this. And, you know, and this is what we both like. We're broadcasters.
Yep.
Mike has a good show. For us Iron Show, and hopefully we go on that Iron Show together. And but you know, keep doing it, Mike.
Yep.
Don't stop, and build yourself an audience, and you know, people are gonna listen.
Oh yeah.
You know?
Oh yeah.
You got the message. Right?
Hey, everybody's asleep right now. You know, we got 6 people listening in right now. You know, and that's cool. You know, that's a little Bible study right there. And the title of it, Raising Up a New President, I'm going to get some pretty good hits on this for the next couple weeks, you know.
You will. You know, Mike, keep doing it.
Yep.
Don't stop.
I mean, if people listen, it's like,
or not.
yeah, exactly.
Don't, you know, just keep doing it. Just, your voice is heard, dude. You know, we just proved it tonight that your voice is heard. Because, hey, we got a new president now. And maybe this ship will turn around. You know?
Yep. Oh, it is going to turn around, you know, because Rand, hey, check this out. Rand Paul was just, you know, he's a projected winner. And then Trey Gowdy, I just read that he's going to be the attorney general. He's going to be Trump's attorney general, Trey Gowdy.
Oh,
now, are they going to follow through with this, put Hillary in jail and stuff? I don't know, man, but I've said already that I don't wish jail on anybody, and I just want Hillary to go away, you know. And truthfully, I believe she was following orders from other people, all the horrible things that she was up to. She was following orders. And then on the other hand, she also was pretty selfish, and she made out like a bandit selfishly. So she was a selfish person following orders on the evil things. She followed orders for evil, and then for her own selfish reasons, she did her own thing. So she deserves prison. but I don't wish that on her, man.
Yeah, I can say a lot of things too, but you know, I deserve everything I get from Christ, you know. And if he died for me, he died for her.
Yep.
And yeah, we you know, like I said, there's a lot of things, a lot of murders, a lot of things that she had to do, but you know, or if she did not give the order, you know, it's proven so far that it didn't work.
Yep.
So we got a new president, and right now we got to pray for her as well. You know, we got to pray for her family, pray for Chelsea, even Wiener. You know.
Yeah.
And we don't know the grace of God, and what sin can we go through that they don't know that we've already been through, that maybe they don't know, but we've been through it. So, I guess, you know, in all my humility, which I have done, actually, mostly, I probably have maybe 10% humility, but I'm joking. But, you know, we thank the Lord that, you know, at least we honored him this time, you know, and it could turn, you know, the next 4.5 years, it could turn again, you know, it could go back to what we had before for the last 8 years, but,
Yep. And you don't want to go backwards, you know, because people always split hairs and, you know, on the words that people choose and everything. It's like, no, we don't want to go backwards. We just want to go to what our Constitution laid out for us. We're a republic. We're a republic government.
It's only 17 pages long in the Constitution.
Yeah, and there's a book like 12 inches tall on the interpretation of the Constitution.
Yeah, and it's not, all you have to do is read it for yourself anyway.
Yeah.
It's not hard English.
Yep.
It's very English that you're not used to, but, you know, it's English that is, okay, look up the word. It doesn't matter. Just go with God and know that the Lord loves you. And Jesus loves you, man. He loves everybody. He died for the whole world, from, you know, past, present, and future. And he's right there. He's on the throne, period. So no matter who is President Trump, he's president now. But he's not the king. You know, we have one king. We have the freest king in the world that gave us freedom. And he sits on this throne. And right now he's sitting, and he's loving us. Every one of us, no matter what we are, and no matter what we've done. That's all you have to say. And say, just go to him first. Go to, you know, go, hey, Jesus, what's up? You know? And he's going to say, hey, you said, what's up? I'm going to say, you know what? I'll tell you what's up. And he's going to tell you, he goes, first of all, he's going to say, I love you. And that's what I believe in.
Yep.
Then he's going to tell you maybe what you don't want to hear, but, you know, Jesus he's the ultimate. He is our creator. He named himself that. You know, he's God, the creator. From in the beginning, the world was created by God. And he goes, this is my name. He gave you his name. So, the rest of you out there listening, Mike has a great program. And please listen. Please listen to Iron Show. And, you know, but you have to listen to Mike's program too, because this is logical, as everybody else does. And, yeah. Come on.
Yep. All right, we're gonna go ahead and leave on that note, man. So, hey, I'll talk to you later, Richard. God bless you, man. Love you, man. Yeah, I know. That's all right. I want to check you guys out in Hollywood in April.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hopefully it happens, and whatever else happens before that, hopefully we have more shows before that. So.
Yep.
You know.
And hopefully I got my car fixed by then too. it sprung some leaks. I had to put some stuff in the oil that makes the oil thicker so it won't leak. And
yeah.
Yeah.
Let me know. Just gotta go. I'll pick
Yep.
you up.
All right, dude. Talk to you later, man. Bye. All right, that was Richard, man. Richard, my buddy, co-host, and me and Richard and Johnny McMahon of the Iron Show, man. We started. I was a part of it because I was invited to be a part of his show 7 years ago, and so I met Johnny through Richard like 3 years ago personally because he came down from Oregon, and we all went to a prophecy conference together. So it's awesome. So all right, everybody, God bless you. God bless you. Thank you for listening to the Michael Tobin Show. Have a wonderful night, and here's Droopy Dog for the conclusion. And hello, thank you for joining me on the Michael Tobin Show. Man, I have got so many things to share. Even my voting experience yesterday, and I have still yet to download that. I tried to video myself voting, and I had my video on my cell phone on pause. So I go to unpause it while I'm voting, and all of a sudden, I must have been paused too long, and it went to the finished product. So I tapped on the red button, and all of a sudden it blared out, "Welcome to the Michael Tobin Show." And I'm like, oh my God, I'm fumbling with the phone, and people voting next to me in their little cardboard booths. So one lady looked at me with this angry look, and I'm like, "Oh, excuse me." Shh. And I shushed her, you know. She goes, "Really?" Oh God. Oh, what a dork. But that's just me, you know. I'm kind of random like that. It was kind of embarrassing, but hey, maybe the lady needed to be a little upset or not, or a little upset. I don't know. But that's my voting experience yesterday. And so this is part 4 of 4 of God setting up rulers. And I'm going to have Hillary Clinton's concession speech. And I am also going to have Barack Obama's speech to the nation regarding President-elect Donald Trump and the transition. And it's probably like a 5-minute speech. But I want to start, before getting into Hillary Clinton's speech, please don't fall for the continued divisiveness of the mainstream media. Of course, nobody knows this, but the Johnson Weld ticket was the one ticket that made sense if you were a Democrat. And he was very conducive to, with the Johnson Weld ticket, they are very conducive to a constitutional government as well. So if you were a Democrat, the Johnson Weld ticket really made sense. And they would be a president and a vice president that we could all work with. But the media saw to it that didn't happen. So were it not for the media, I believe the Johnson-Weld ticket would have won and Hillary Clinton would have lost, and Donald Trump may not even have made it as far as he did. But as God saw fit, there's nowhere now to start over for America but the bottom, which is where we're at, and nowhere to go but up from here. And Donald Trump being a new believer in Christ with a sordid past is quite interesting also, as we either judge him for his past or we lift one another up. And why should we worry about what the world thinks? The world is where everyone else is coming from, because America is still what they wish they had in their own countries. Meanwhile, like Satan, mainstream news is bringing up all the negative things each candidate has said about each other nonstop, and likely will not stop. And it's just like what the Bible records and tells us, that Satan accuses the brethren daily to God. And that's exactly what I see the mainstream media, MSNBC, CNN, ABC, CBS, and even on Fox. So the news media are the losers, not the rest of us, whichever candidate wins or loses. Then there's the Supreme Court. Trump made sense to the security, law, and religious freedom of just our nation alone. It's a perfect picture of God's ways being different from man's ways, because we're so slow to understand. I published my first book, and ironically, it was available at the beginning of this year. And instead of some political interest book, it is totally biblical and practical, and is a reminder of what really works and what those of us who call ourselves believers really need to focus on. And my book gives those who are seeking the same understanding for our individual selves as well as our nation and world around us, through direct communication with Jesus and our Creator. So this is a good book for believers and seekers, and it's called Making America Righteous Again, From Bitterness to a Delight. And I was able to connect the part from bitterness to a delight by taking Making America Righteous Again and making an acronym, which is amazing. I didn't even think of that until after I thought of the title. But the acronym is pronounced MARA, M-A-R-A, and that's a name in the Bible, only used twice in the Bible. Once with Moses during the Exodus, they came across a bitter body of water, and they couldn't drink it, so they called it Mara, which means bitterness. And then in the book of Ruth, Naomi, when she came back home, her people recognized her and said, "There's Naomi." And Naomi says, "Don't call me Naomi, because God has dealt bitterly with me. Call me Mara." So guess what the name Naomi means? Naomi means a delight. So obviously, if you read about Naomi, she did not end up changing her name. She kept her name Naomi, and it means a delight. So here in America, we need to go from bitterness to a delight, and I cannot think of a more applicable subject and a book title, and everything in the 13 chapters that I have are all from over 20 years of revelation in the Word, studying the Word, and each chapter deals with how we can work within ourselves through communication with God to make America righteous again. And it starts with me, and it starts with you. So it's individually, as we individually seek to better and improve and to seek a relationship with God, we literally are making America a better place, and we're making the world a better place, and we're pleasing the Lord. And that is what my book is all about. Each chapter, it's turning from bitterness to a delight. So please look up on Amazon.com and just search my name, Michael D. Tobin, or search the name of the book, Making America Righteous Again, From Bitterness to a Delight, on Amazon.com, and you'll see it, and it's about $3.45, $3.75, something like that. And I would be honored if you, our listeners, my listeners, will purchase that book. It would help me to further disaster response as a chaplain, as I've been a chaplain for 13 years now with the Billy Graham Rapid Response Team. And my desire is to be able to go at a moment's notice. So that is my intro to this program. The Michael Tobin Show, God Setting Up Rulers, Part 4 of 4, Hillary and Obama speeches on President-elect Donald Trump. So without further ado, I'm going to go into Hillary Clinton's speech, and directly following that, I will get into Barack Obama's speech, and then I will conclude the show with that. Thank you very much, and God bless you, and enjoy the show.
Trump and offered to work with him on behalf of our country. I hope that he will be a successful president for all Americans. This is not the outcome we wanted or we worked so hard for, and I'm sorry that we did not win this election for the values we share and the vision we hold for our country. But I feel pride and gratitude for this wonderful campaign that we built together. This vast, diverse, creative, unruly, energized campaign. You represent the best of America, and being your candidate has been one of the greatest honors of my life. Disappointed you feel, because I feel it too. And so do tens of millions of Americans who invested their hopes and dreams in this effort. This is painful, and it will be for a long time. But I want you to remember this. Our campaign was never about one person or even one election. It was about the country we love and about building an America that's hopeful, inclusive, and big-hearted. We have seen that our nation is more deeply divided than we thought. But I still believe in America, and I always will. And if you do, then we must accept this result and then look to the future. Donald Trump is going to be our president. We owe him an open mind and the chance to lead. Our constitutional democracy enshrines the peaceful transfer of power. And we don't just respect that, we cherish it. It also enshrines other things: the rule of law, the principle that we are all equal in rights and dignity, freedom of worship and expression. We respect and cherish these values too, and we must defend them. Constitutional democracy demands our participation, not just every 4 years, but all the time. So let's do all we can to keep advancing the causes and values we all hold dear, making our economy work for everyone, not just those at the top, protecting our country and protecting our planet, and breaking down all the barriers that hold any American back from achieving their dreams. We've spent a year and a half bringing together millions of people from every corner of our country to say with one voice that we believe that the American dream is big enough for everyone, for for people of all races and religions, for men and women, for immigrants, for LGBT people, and people with disabilities, for everyone. So now, our responsibility as citizens is to keep doing our part to build that better, stronger, fairer America we seek. And I know you will. I am so grateful to stand with all of you. I want to thank Tim Kaine and Ann Holden for being our partners on this journey. It has been a joy getting to know them better, and it gives me great hope and comfort to know that Tim will remain on the front lines of our democracy, representing Virginia in the Senate. To Barack and Michelle Obama, our country owes you an enormous debt of gratitude. We thank you for your graceful, determined leadership that has meant so much to so many Americans and people across the world. And to Bill and Chelsea, Mark, Charlotte, Aiden, our brothers, and our entire family, my love for you means more than I can ever express. You crisscrossed this country on our behalf and lifted me up when I needed it most. Even 4-month-old Aiden traveled with his mom. I will always be grateful to the creative, talented, dedicated men and women at our headquarters in Brooklyn and across our country. Poured your hearts into this campaign. For some of you who are veterans, it was a campaign after you had done other campaigns. Some of you, it was your first campaign. I want each of you to know that you were the best campaign anybody could have ever expected or wanted. And to the millions of volunteers, community leaders, activists, and union organizers who knocked on doors, talked to neighbors, posted on Facebook, even in secret, private Facebook sites. I want everybody coming out from behind that and make sure your voices are heard going forward. Who sent in contributions as small as $5 and kept us going. Thank you. Thank you from all of us. And to the young people in particular, I hope you will hear this. I have, as Tim said, spent my entire adult life fighting for what I believe in. I've had successes and I've had setbacks, sometimes really painful ones. Many of you are at the beginning of your professional, public, and political careers. You will have successes and setbacks too. This loss hurts, but please never stop believing that fighting for what's right is worth it. to all the women, and especially the young women, I know we have still not shattered that highest and hardest glass ceiling, but someday someone will, and hopefully sooner than we might think right now. And to all the little girls who are watching this, never doubt that you are valuable and powerful and deserving of every chance and opportunity in the world to pursue and achieve your own dreams. Finally, I am so grateful for our country and for all it has given to me. I count my blessing to say that I am an American. And I still believe, as deeply as I ever have, that if we stand together and work together, with respect for our differences, strength in our convictions, and love for this nation, our best days are still ahead of us. Because I believe we are stronger together and we will go forward together. And you should never, ever regret fighting for that. Scripture tells us, let us not grow weary in doing good, for in due season we shall reap if we do not lose heart. So, my friends, let us have faith in each other. Let us not grow weary. Let us not lose heart. For there are more seasons to come, and there is more work to do. I am incredibly honored and grateful to have had this chance to represent all of you in this consequential election. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America.
Good for her. It was almost like a winning speech, but it was like I said, I don't like to say losing, but it was her conceding speech. So good for her. Basically, she's telling people quit crying about it and just keep going forward. And she even spoke to people who are into political careers. Get used to victories and get used to setbacks. And that's what I've seen a lot of directly after the elections late last night into early this morning. A lot of people saying angry things, news commentators saying we need to look forward to 4 years from now so we don't let this happen again, as if, what do you mean this? And the news commentators just looking at this guy with confusion. It's like, what do you mean? What are you talking about, man? Such resentment, and the guy who was saying that had this look like he was afraid that he's wondering how he's going to be useful for the next 4 years, because he spent all this whole campaign season criticizing somebody. Anybody could criticize somebody for a living. And these people on the mainstream media that have been criticize and hinder one side of politics and politicians for a living, they would make a living criticizing their own side of the political fence.
if they were to make a living. In other words, they would turn their grandmother in for a career. So it's very vicious, and we need to get that type of viciousness out of the United States. Whichever side that you are for, whether they win or lose, it is not really us who are the losers. It is shamefully the media who are the losers, because they make their living doing what they do, which is to criticize one side for a living. So that was Hillary Clinton with her concession speech. Thank you for joining me on the Michael Tobin Show as we continue.
So those who are listening, I began this show promising the Hillary Clinton concession speech and the Barack Obama speech concerning the transition to President-elect Donald Trump. And for those of you who are listening, I've got a surprise for you. I'm also going to present to you today's words from Russian President Vladimir Putin, coming up right now on the Michael Tobin Show.
С удовольствием констатируем, что в США победил лучший кандидат из всех. Мы направляем ему телеграмму с поздравлениями, по помощи. Телеграмму направим. Дорогой Дональд, поздравляем вас с заслуженной победой.
This is one of the Russian politicians. Oh, that was a 29-second. I was trying to search for Vladimir Putin's actual words, and I believe it is right here. I'm wondering if the internet is kind of making it difficult to locate that. But bear with me, folks. This is the Michael Tobin Show. It's God setting up rulers. When does he and when does he not? Here's something from Time magazine. I've been out interviewing for work for a new job today too. I think it...
I've just received a call from Secretary Clinton.
This is from early this morning and last night.
She congratulated us, it's about us, on our victory. I am officially running for President of the United States, and we are going to make our country great again. The American dream.
Yep, it's time to get busy getting back to the American dream, as I've said a bunch of times. Let's see, from USA Today, Vladimir Putin congratulated President-elect Donald Trump via telegram. Okay, so it wasn't a video, it was a telegram. And if I could find that, I'll read it. Okay, good. It's not a long article. Okay, Vladimir Putin went old school when he sent President-elect Donald Trump a word of congratulations on Wednesday. The Russian president sent Trump a telegram giving him props for winning his upset victory over Democratic rival Hillary Clinton, the Associated Press reported. The Kremlin said in a statement that Putin expressed his hope to work together for removing Russian-American relations from their crisis state, the AP reported. Putin said he was confident that equality, mutual respect, and a real accounting of each other's positions would lead to conductive dialogue between Moscow and Washington. And Filipino President Rodrigo Duterte, I wonder how you pronounce that, wished Trump success as the U.S. president and looks forward to working with the incoming administration for enhanced Philippines-U.S. relations anchored on mutual respect, mutual benefit, and shared commitment to democratic ideals and the rule of law, Communications Secretary Martin Andanar said in a statement. So that covers Putin's congratulatory telegram to Donald Trump, and actually a word from the Filipino president. So now here is Barack Obama's speech concerning President-elect Donald Trump, and I will conclude it with this. Thank you for joining me on The Michael Tobin Show.
Yesterday, before votes were tallied, I shot a video that some of you may have seen in which I said to the American people, regardless of which side you were on in the election, regardless of whether your candidate won or lost, the sun would come up in the morning. And that is one bit of prognosticating that actually came true. The sun is up. And I know everybody had a long night. I did as well. I had a chance to talk to President-elect Trump last night, about 3:30 in the morning, I think it was, to congratulate him on winning the election. And I had a chance to invite him to come to the White House tomorrow to talk about making sure that there is a successful transition between our presidencies. Now, it is no secret that the President-elect and I have some pretty significant differences. But remember, 8 years ago, President Bush and I had some pretty significant differences. But President Bush's team could not have been more professional or more gracious in making sure we had a smooth transition so that... And one thing you realize quickly in this job is that the presidency and the vice presidency is bigger than any of us. So I have instructed my team to follow the example that President Bush's team set 8 years ago and work as hard as we can to make sure that this is a successful transition for the President-elect. Because we are now all rooting for his success in uniting and leading the country. The peaceful transition of power is one of the hallmarks of our democracy. And over the next few months, we are going to show that to the world. I also had a chance last night to speak with Secretary Clinton, and I just had a chance to hear her remarks. I could not be prouder of her. She has lived an extraordinary life of public service. She was a great First Lady. She was an outstanding senator for the state of New York, and she could not have been a better Secretary of State. I'm proud of her. A lot of Americans look up to her. Her candidacy and nomination was historic and sends a message to our daughters all across the country that they can achieve at the highest levels of politics. And I'm absolutely confident that she and President Clinton will continue to do great work for people here in the United States and all around the world. Now, everybody is sad when their side loses an election. But the day after, we have to remember that we're actually all on one team. This is an intramural scrimmage. We're not Democrats first. We're not Republicans first. We are Americans first. We're patriots first. We all want what's best for this country. That's what I heard in Mr. Trump's remarks last night. That's what I heard when I spoke to him directly. And I was heartened by that. That's what the country needs. A sense of unity, a sense of inclusion, a respect for our institutions, our way of life, rule of law, and a respect for each other. I hope that he maintains that spirit throughout this transition, and I certainly hope that's how his presidency has a chance to begin. I also told my team today to keep their heads up, because the remarkable work that they have done day in, day out, often without a lot of fanfare, often with a lot of attention, work in agencies, work in obscure areas of policy that make government run better and make it more responsive and make it more efficient and make it more service-friendly so that it's actually helping more people. That remarkable work has left the next president with a stronger, better country than the one that existed 8 years ago. So win or lose in this election, that was always our mission. That was our mission from day one. And everyone on my team should be extraordinarily proud of everything that they have done. And so should all the Americans that I've had a chance to meet all across this country, who do the hard work of building on that progress every single day. Teachers in schools, doctors in an ER clinic, small businesses putting their all into starting something up, making sure they're treating their employees well. All the important work that's done by moms and dads and families and congregations in the work of perfecting this union. So this was a long and hard-fought campaign. A lot of our fellow Americans are exultant today. A lot of Americans are less so. But that's the nature of campaigns. That's the nature of democracy. It is hard. And sometimes contentious and noisy. It's not always inspiring. But to the young people who got into politics for the first time and may be disappointed by the results, I just want you to know you have to stay encouraged. Don't get cynical. Don't ever think you can't make a difference. As Secretary Clinton said this morning, fighting for what is right is worth it. Sometimes you lose an argument. Sometimes you lose an election. You know, the path that this country's taken has never been a straight line. We zig and zag, and sometimes we move in ways that some people think is forward and others think is moving back. And that's okay. I've lost elections before. Joe hasn't. But, so I've been sort of sharing.
You beat me badly.
That's the way politics works sometimes. We try really hard to persuade people that we're right. And then people vote. And then if we lose, we learn from our mistakes, we do some reflection, we lick our wounds, we brush ourselves off, we get back in the arena. We go at it. We try even harder the next time. The point, though, is that we all go forward with a presumption of good faith in our fellow citizens. Because that presumption of good faith is essential to a vibrant and functioning democracy. That's how this country has moved forward for 240 years. That's how we've pushed boundaries and promoted freedom around the world. That's how we've expanded the rights of our founding to reach all of our citizens. It's how we have come this far. And that's why I'm confident that this incredible journey that we're on as Americans will go on. And I'm looking forward to doing everything that I can to make sure that the next president is successful in that. I've said before, I think of this job as being a relay runner. You take the baton, you run your best race, and hopefully by the time you hand it off, you're a little further ahead. You've made a little progress. And I can say that we've done that, and I want to make sure that handoff is well executed, because ultimately we're all on the same team. All right. Thank you very much, everybody.
And that was Barack Obama. And that concludes the Michael Tobin Show. Thank you for joining me. And I will conclude with a couple words from Droopy Dog.
Hello, are you happy people? Hello, folks. Hello, you. Hello. Hello, you. Hello, Ian.
All right, welcome to the Michael Tobin Show once again. Thank you for joining me. This here is part 5, and it is turned out to be a very difficult subject, but I did explain the original intent of this series, which is now a 5-part series, which includes this concluding broadcast titled Divine Intervention and Scorn. You know, I almost abandoned that concept, which originally was building a wall in the face of scorn from the people. But my previous broadcast, the first of the 5, was November 6th, the righteous rule where the people rejoice. And that's taken from the scriptural verse, when the righteous rule, the people rejoice. And on November 7th, I did a broadcast called, Is God Setting Up Trump as Our President? And then the next day, on Election Day, a broadcast titled, Raising Up a New President. And that was before the announcement that Trump had actually won the 2016 U.S. elections. And then the next day, November 9th, God Setting Up Rulers. And it also included Hillary Clinton's concession speech and Obama's speech concerning President-elect Donald J. Trump. So I want to conclude, I want to begin this broadcast with a few scriptures meant to keep us on track. We've seen and we're seeing what's going on in different cities across the United States with supposedly protests against Donald Trump, which have actually turned into riots in many cases. And even before that, we've seen things like people who were supporting one candidate, Donald Trump, being beat up, bludgeoned, and even killed for being a presidential candidate supporter. And then before that, more chaos with the knockout punch craze. People, youth, going up to old people and young people alike and socking them. And many of the people have died from those sucker punches. What is this nation coming to, folks? It's a lot of scorn is what has been going on these past 8 years. And even the previous president, George W. Bush, there was scorn throughout his 8 years. And when is it going to stop? So the past year to year and a half, there have been evangelists who have actually shared prophecies, things that they claim that God has told them that that Donald Trump is actually going to be our next president. Well, it has come to pass. Donald Trump won by a slim margin the popular vote, and he also overwhelmingly won the electoral vote. So I believe it was like 309 or 312 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton's 219, when the news was predicting a total opposite of that. They were predicting that Hillary Clinton would get 319 to 320 something electoral votes to a minimal of 209 or so electoral votes for Trump. But so we see how it turned out, and I'll leave all that dialogue and explanations alone, because I'm sure you've read a lot, you've seen a lot, and you've also seen a lot of scorn on both sides. And so far, I have avoided being a sore winner. And both elections during Obama's candidacies, we had to lick our wounds, and we complained quite a bit, and we have also revealed injustices that have been exacted on the U.S. Constitution in many various ways. But we have never rioted. Because why? Because we know that we have a rule of law, and we must have patience, and we must exercise that, go according to the law. So my prayer is that America will come together and just work for positive change according to the law, and let's get along. So the scriptures to keep us on track are Ephesians 3:20, where it says that God is able to do exceedingly and abundantly above all that we can ask. In Joel chapter 2, verse 21, it says, "Fear not, O land, be glad and rejoice, for the Lord will do great things." In Joshua chapter 17, starting at verse 14, the children of Joseph, the tribe of Joseph, spoke to Joshua, and they required more than just one lot. And they ended up acquiring more than enough. And then in Matthew chapter 4, starting at verse 1, Jesus is led into the wilderness to be tempted. And in Luke chapter 4:14, Luke records that Jesus returned in power. And then in John chapter 10, verse 10, the thief comes to kill and to steal and destroy, but Jesus came for abundance. He came to give us abundance. So let us be mindful, and let us concentrate on those things instead of being constantly reminded of injustices. You know, it says I believe in the book of Ecclesiastes, be not surprised at the injustices in the village, because there are higher than they. One of my favorite scriptures, it's Ecclesiastes 5, verse 19, I believe. But I want this broadcast to be as clear and concise as possible, and to line up with the original concept of divine intervention, God setting up rulers sometimes, and God does not set up rulers in others, as I have mentioned in previous broadcasts. So you need to go to the previous broadcast to get it all combined. And finally, this concluding broadcast, divine intervention and scorn, and it is based on the book of Nehemiah, where Nehemiah and the children of Israel were in captivity, and they ended up at the end of their captivity getting permission from King Sennacherib to go ahead and go and build the wall around Jerusalem so they can begin to be a reputable people and a reputable government once again under their own self-rule. And one of the ironic things is they were being scorned by their captors, citizens, and military while they were building the wall. They were humiliating them and they were scorning them. And as I just mentioned, what's going on with the riots and the protests, the good people who believe in the rule of law are being scorned, and they're doing vain attempts to even change our laws with things like petitions or demands. And in the end, it is nothing more than stomping feet in very dangerous ways, tragic ways. People are being killed, people are being harmed, and it continues. And for the life of me, I don't know why our police have not even stopped it. But that is up to our leaders who we elect and our police to work on it. And I'm sure they are working on it. We're just not being reported. We're not being informed on what exactly is going on to stop all of this foolishness. So about a great number of evangelists who the Lord has shown different verses from the Bible as comparisons to the candidate Donald Trump, who is now our president-elect. So supposing that God really did speak to them, so far he is our next elected president. So now what after that? Because in the prophecies, great things are prophesied that are in store for our nation. So supposing that they really did hear from God, the next thing is to see God work in wonderful ways. So we need to continue to pray for our nation and believe that God actually will, with or without certain people's prophecies, but that God will bless our nation, and that we can become a great player in world events and a great influence on our own nation as well. So what I want to do is I want to go into this next session with this.
About a year and a half ago, Rick Joyner wrote in an article in Charisma saying, when I was in Washington recently, a congressman said to me that there would be more courage in Washington if they saw more courage in the church. He said they do not feel that the church has their back. The church in America must ultimately accept the blame for what has happened in America, but it can also be the solution. So that's what Rick Joyner wrote. And a year and a half later, with the election of Donald Trump, I think this is our chance to affect the United States in a more positive way, and to even affect our Supreme Court, which is what also Rick Joyner was discussing in the article titled "Rick Joyner's Prophetic Perspectives on Supreme Court: The Mark of the Beast and a Third Great Awakening." So if you read that article, you could Google it. You can see that it has a optimistic view instead of a pessimistic view that we hear so much of. And very small percentage of people have actually been discussing what the Lord has been showing them, that there is an optimistic outcome only if the church gets involved. And like I said, Lance Wallno pointed out that 80-something% of Christians in the churches actually went to the voting booths, and they voted. but only 15,000 out of 300 and something thousand church pastors in the United States actually took a stand. So, kudos to the congregation.
There are 320,000 churches in America. Out of the 320,000 churches in America, we had an astounding 84% turnout. 83 to 84% of evangelicals showed up and voted for Trump. They listened to what people like me and others were saying. Here's the catch. Of that, only some 10 to 15,000 evangelical, charismatic leaders, pastors, heads of networks had the courage or the clarity. Remember, I'm always about get clear. Are they clear? They didn't have the clarity.
You're listening to evangelist Lance Wallnau, and I've been reading a lot about him lately. And he is one of them who has a pretty ironic comparison from scriptures concerning what he says the Lord showed him concerning Donald Trump. So let's go back to Lance Wallnau.
Clarity of the courage to own a position and rather awkwardly went into the conversation just enough to not tick off the people that, are Christians in the church, but not enough to really become frontline prophetic reformers, which tells you something. 15,000 out of 300,000. 15,000 pastors out of 300,000 lets you know. And I got the data from Jim Garlow. I just heard it today. That tells me that the front line of the movement of God is going to be a handful of apostolic pastors, not a whole bunch, and the body of Christ. But I knew this. I'll tell you when I knew this shift was going to happen. When David Green at Hobby Lobby took a stand against the Obama administration on being forced to pay for all forms of contraception as a Christian, he had a problem in his company. Notice, it wasn't pulpits. God bless them. I'm not going to mention any names here, but you just think of the top 3 TV pastors you know of who are world famous. None of them waded in on the erosion of the rights of a businessman to run his company as a Christian with Christian principles. God had to raise up a guy in the business mountain. Those of you that know my teaching know there's a religion mountain should be occupied by the church. I know some people say, well, the church is over everything. Well, rocks will rock. You're not going to see that. You see the kingdom over everything, but the church has one assigned sphere, and that's to mentor, make disciples, and preach the gospel. And actually, it's interesting. There should be a separation to an extent, because the church should never be co-opted by any politician. It should be the prophetic voice holding all politicians accountable. So some people might think they think they know what I'm thinking on church, but I'm not thinking what they think I'm thinking. So the church has a role. But it's not to be assimilated by the Borg. It's to make disciples that go out into education, communities, government, law, justice, media, arts, entertainment, and banking, economics, and business. If we would train the saints to go into all the systems, then the saints are the ones that permeate, disciple, and take on the battle and know how far to push and when to drop back. Our job in the church was to equip them to hear God and stand behind them and taking territory. We should be a prophetic voice. 300,000 pastors should have a prophetic voice, not just 15,000. So they won't do it. That's what that tells you. That tells you something, people. Majority of them won't do it. Those of you that have stood up and spoke, more power to you. We'll certainly discover each other shortly. I probably get to know most of you because only a handful of us there. This is a move of the body of Christ. That's what's so beautiful about it. This is the hour of the church. The people of God arise. Those like David Green and Hobby Lobby. The business guy took that position. You remember what happened with Duck Dynasty? There was a big backlash over one of the Dynasty guys. Was the dad Phil said something that irritated A&E or whatever the host company network is, and right away they start laughing. Oh, shut him down. Shut him down. Well, what happened? They Duck Dynasty audience got wind of that, came back with a pushback so strong and so significant, bam! There was an immediate retraction, misunderstanding. No, we had no intention of doing that. It was a little bit of a misunderstanding there. See what happens? When the people of God take the battle that God gave them, God will give them victory, but you have to do it as one, and you cannot look to the traditional model.
You hear that, folks? This is a very interesting guy. His name's Lance Wallnau. And I need to do some more research on him, but I just barely discovered he has a lot of live feeds on Facebook at any given time of the day as he travels. And I could really appreciate people like that because they're not afraid to share what the Lord is showing them. And not enough people are actually doing that. It's what I call a lot of pastors are stingy with their knowledge. They'll put it in books and sell their books, but they don't share their knowledge freely. And if you want to hear what they're saying, you have to be at their church services, and maybe they're on the radio, maybe they're on television. But when you get somebody like this evangelist that is on several times a day at times, I really appreciate that. And it's another thing, he's the kind of person that is not stingy with his knowledge. And that reminds me of one particular musical band, the Newsboys, the original lineup of the Newsboys. They're from Australia. One thing that I really love about them that I don't really think that too many people really recognize is that in every one of their songs, they don't just put one punchline in it or one catchphrase. They've got up to a half a dozen, give or take, catchphrases in one song. You know how many songs that you can write with one catchphrase? Think of all the groups that you've grown up with and like right now, and they use one catchphrase per song because they could make that catchphrase affect the whole 3 minutes of the song, and that takes up a section of a LP album or 10 songs, 10, 12 songs maybe on a disc. So I really love it when somebody is generous with their knowledge. And so I've got to look this guy up, but 80-something% of the church voted. And out of 300, what did he say, 300,000 pastors, only 15,000 actually took a stand. That brings to point another thing that I have recognized within the past, especially this past campaign season, which has been over a year. But I would say less than 2 years ago, I recognized that, you know what? The pastors are not taking a stand for fear. The ones who are taking a stand are the people who are in the pews. I think the days of criticizing the people in the congregation should be over by now, because I'm hearing people that have never heard a peep out of, that they are spreading the news, even the gospel, who've never spoken a word. They're timid. They're tired of being timid and taught to be timid, and taught that the only thing that they should be hearing is from one person, which is the pastor. They're tired of it. They're tired of being quiet, and they're tired of their pastors being quiet. And the people in the churches are the ones that are doing all the spreading of the good news or the warning of the people. They're the watchman on the wall, whereas the pastor is supposed to be the shepherd and or the watchman on the wall. And several people in each church organization take part as, like a watchman on the wall, people who know the times. But what I'm finding is people in the congregation are the ones that are affecting our nation, and it's a sad shame that only 15,000 out of 300,000 some odd pastors are actually taking a stand.
So now back to the show. Thank you for joining me on the Michael Tobin Show. before concluding this broadcast, it's going along just fine. It's been quite difficult for me to produce it, to the point to where I've had to take some quite a few notes so I can actually stay on track, because it really is a difficult situation to discuss. I want to end with my take on the state of this nation as a watchman on the wall, if you will. I want to give you my take on the state of this nation, but first I want to talk to you about my book, Making America Righteous Again.
Again, thank you for joining me on the Michael Tobin Show, and I want to tell you about my new book, Making America Righteous Again, From Bitterness to a Delight. In order to make America a better place, we need to literally be the person we want others to see, and not only that, but to want to be that person personally. It's really individually in which we need to clean up our act before collectively doing so. We tend to want everyone else to be a better person in order for ourselves to feel like being better. I did an interesting thing after deciding on the title of my book. The thought occurred to me to make an acronym for my book title. So I took the letters M-A-R and A from the beginning of the first 4 words in the book title, Making America Righteous Again, to form the acronym M-A-R-A. The acronym forms the female name or a word meaning bitterness with Hebrew origins. A lake in the wilderness from the book of Exodus was named Mara because it was a bitter water. But God told Moses to throw a stick in the water, so Moses had thrown a stick in the water, and the waters became sweet. In the book of Ruth, Naomi told the people of Bethlehem, when they had recognized who she was, to no longer call her Naomi, but to call her Mara, because God has dealt bitterly with her. But of course, Naomi kept her name, which means beautiful or my delight. That, of course, is how we must be personally, and as a nation, we need to change from bitterness to sweet again, from bitterness to a delight again. Where is the stick that God will have thrown at us to turn ourselves from bitterness to sweet and a delight? Spare the rod, spoil the child. I want my life and I want my country to change from bitter to sweet, from bitterness to a delight again. My point throughout this book is to show that righteousness is the means to achieve greatness. Therefore, one does not become great in its desired sense and definition without first becoming righteous. I have compiled over 27 years of studies in the 13 chapters in this book, and I hope you are able to see the unique place we are in, especially after the recent 2016 elections. And take up the task and do whatever it takes to turn from bitterness to a delight. Again, like Naomi, the meaning of her name, a delight. So thank you again for joining me on the Michael Tobin Show, and for you to see my book, Making America Righteous Again, just go to Amazon.com and search the words Making America Righteous Again, From Bitterness to a Delight. Or you can search it by typing in my name, Michael D. Tobin. So thank you again, and God bless you.
And now back to the conclusion of the Michael Tobin Show, the title, Divine Intervention and Scorn. And so back to the original concept taken from the book of Nehemiah for this series of broadcasts, which this is part 5 now. An interesting thing, when Nehemiah and the Jews were rebuilding the wall around Jerusalem, as I told you that they were being scorned. It's a very interesting book for you to read, but one of the interesting things is that even the priests, everybody took a hand in building the wall. They eventually built the wall in the midst of all the scorn. So they survived it, and this is what we have to look forward to, sadly. And miraculously, it would be wonderful if we could actually come together and put an end to all this scorn. But the children of Israel, the Jews, even the priests, they had a a building tool in one hand as they worked, and they had a sword in the other hand. What a sad plight, isn't it? What a sad thing that they have to be ready to protect themselves as they do what it takes for them to rebuild their country that they've been taken out of. So, again, let's just pray for the United States that we don't have to go through anything like that. But another title of one of the broadcasts is, Does God Raise Up Leaders? Well, in this case, I do believe that God really did some divine intervention, and he really did help to set up our next who our next president is going to be, President-elect Donald Trump. And so now I want to conclude with what I discussed a few minutes ago concerning the state that we're in the state of progress that we're in the United States. And I'll start it off with a verse from Isaiah chapter 45, verses 4 and 5. For Jacob my servant's sake, and Israel my chosen one, I have even called you by your name, I have named you. Though you have not known me, I am the Lord, and there is no other. There is no God besides me. I strengthen you, though you have not known me. This is exactly how God works, and this passage is a mere confirmation of how God works in his own words as Isaiah recorded. I'm not really one who claims God sets up every ruler like a lot who do claim that as an excuse to just sit back and put their heads in the sand. I believe Obama was elected by the people and not God. And this time, even though Trump may not be as good as our pew occupiers, as we self-righteously think, we raise people above us or below us at times when the Bible says none is greater than the other. But I believe God set up Donald Trump. So how is it that the majority of anarchist occupiers stayed home and didn't even vote? They believed the media, so they got gypped by their biggest ally, the mainstream media. And that's another point. The wicked are ensnared in their own devices. Psalms chapter 35, verse 8 says, Let destruction come upon him unaware, and let his net that he has hid catch himself. Into that very destruction let him fall. And Psalm chapter 9, verse 15, it says, The nations have sunk down in the pit which they have made. In the net which they hid, their own foot has been caught. There are quite a few more of the same concept of verses such as these, and people setting up their own disasters. So I prayed that for the past 8 years of Obama's presidency, and I see the answer to that prayer very frequently, whereas the wicked are ensnared in their own devices. But there are actually two passages which mention how God does and does not set up certain rulers. One, in Hosea, says they set up rulers without God's involvement. It says in chapter 8, verse 4 in the book of Hosea, God says, They have set up kings, but not by me. They have made princes, and I knew it not. And in the other scripture, in the book of Daniel, in chapter 2, verse 21, it says, He changes times and seasons. He deposes kings and raises up others. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to the discerning. So now, though I believe it is evidently, beyond any doubt, it's evident that God has actually given us another minute of grace through an unlikely candidate, such as King David became after being the darling of Israel and Judah. He had used his status to steal another man's wife. Yet Trump merely was a foolish talker beforehand. Yet he is now a new believer, and he deserves to be edified and encouraged because we are all what we judge others of anyhow. Moses was a murderer before becoming a believer. Apostle Paul was an assassin of Christians before becoming one of the most prolific apologists for followers of Jesus, and so on throughout the Bible. There are instances like that. But as we now see, God has extended and given us a time to repair what has been damaged in our country over a few short decades, and especially these past 8 years. What do we do now? Well, there are already many reports of those either tooting their own horns, claiming they saw it all and predicted it all, and there are those who seemingly actually did have an ear tuned to what God was up to, and not according to our own plans, but as simple response to our cries and prayers. So Trump won, as was predicted and prophesied, specifically evangelists and ordinary laypersons. So supposing they were absolutely correct, that they weren't merely guessing, instead they really did hear from the Holy Spirit. Well then, here is another scripture, an analogy that describes how God worked in the past, and I believe is working now through his candidate, Donald Trump. It is when Nehemiah left the kingdom of captivity with the permission of the king to rebuild the wall around Jerusalem. They suddenly were confronted by the common soldiers and reputable officers and politicians of the kingdom of captivity with scorn and disdain as they labored to build the wall of their beloved city. They were ultimately successful, and this, I believe, is what we are up against now in the United States. Just because God delivered the righteous to a degree doesn't mean we're all without opposition. But we are back, and we have to work. We have a lot of work to do, and who knows what is next. I hope it is 2 Chronicles chapter 7, verse 14. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven, and I will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Thank you very much for joining me on the Michael Tobin Show, and stay tuned for the next broadcasts.